Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 15-part video series showing you how to create KARL house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. And let's go to south elevation and let's put this one around 3200. And then let's add in another level. So go to architecture and then click level and another 3200 for level 3. After that, press escape and click level 1 again. Here, we're going to go back to architecture and click on grid line or grid or type in GR. We're going to add a horizontal first. So I'm going to add one like so. And then we're going to add another one. So this one, we're going to press escape and click this one. And we're going to put this one at around 3,500. And then go back to architecture, click another grid line, and we're just gonna put this one around 3,500 again. So now we have 7,000 millimeters. And then here, we're gonna add in our vertical grid line now. So we're gonna put this one like so. And here, we're just gonna fix this one like that. We're gonna click the bubble. So we're gonna change this to a letter. And we're gonna move it around in the middle. And then you can type in GR again. We're gonna add a grid line like here. Let's put this one around 3,500. And then we could click this again. And now we could type in CO or click on copy. And then make sure multiple is checked. We could add this one around 3,200. And then lastly, 5,000. So that's our grid line. We can click this now and move this one like so. We can select everything and then move it in the middle. Press escape and let's click on dimension. I'm gonna add dimension like so. And then here as well. I'm going to change this instead of 5,000 to 5,300. So I'm gonna click this and make this one 12,000. So now this will be 5,300. So we have 7 by 12 meters. or 7,000 millimeters and 12,000 millimeters. So let's start adding walls. So I'm gonna click on wall, and I'm gonna use this basic generic wall, and then I'm gonna click edit type and duplicate. This will be my exterior wall number 1. Press OK, and then edit type. I'm gonna make this around 200. That's enough. And then I'm going to change this material, and I'm going to pick gypsum wallboard. So for now, that's my material, and we can always go back and change materials afterwards. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click this, and then this will be level 2. So as you can see, you can tap constraint here. You can change it from here as well. After that, I'm gonna leave it at center line, and then I'm going to start here at A1. After A1, I'm going up to D1, going down to D2, going back to B2, and then going here at B3, and then A3, and then close it off. I'm going to add in the midpoint of here. So midpoint will be, and then going to C2 again, like that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in TR, or under modify, you can click this trim and extend corner. I'm gonna trim this and then trim this as well. After that, we have this figure or shape. Press escape, and then now I'm going to click architecture, click this wall, and I'm going to duplicate this again, but now this will be interior wall. Press OK, and I want to make sure this is number 1. Edit type, let's change this. So for now, maybe we're just gonna use gypsum wallboard for now, and then we can change it later on. So now we have this. Let's add in some of the walls here. So I'm gonna add a wall right here for now, and then through the dimension, I'm gonna click this, and I'm going to put this around 2800. So that's done. And then now here, I'm going to add a room like so. I'm gonna put this dimension. This will be around 2600, or we could just leave it like this. So this is 2600 or 2500, and the depth of this should be around 1500. Okay, so we have this. Let's make sure this is actually 1300. Want to make sure we're going to insert something there. We could change it later on. And then here we're going to play around with this, as I want the kitchen to be right here. The stairs will be around here, living room, and then the dining will be around here, and this could be an office or a bedroom. I want to insert some furniture now, so go to insert, load family, and then here let's start adding furniture, and then let's start by adding the tables and chairs. So I'm going to use this, and then after loading we will need to go to architecture and click component. Let's add it here, because this will be kitchen, this will be stairs, and then we could add some chairs here for the living room. After that, go to insert again, load family, and let's go back to furniture and add seating. Let's add this and the both chair corbo, and then the other one will be sofa. So you should hold control button and select, and then click open. Now we need to click component, and then we have the chair right here. And then we could just move this somewhere here. We also have space here, so but this one will be better here, so that we could add a bigger table. So we could just add it like that, and then we should click more here as we loaded some other chairs. Click spacebar so that to change orientation. And then now once we add those, we could just add or mirror it in the middle. So let's use this, and then click this again, and then click mirror. And then why not select both of this and move it 4 times. Okay, that looks good enough. And then let's load, or let's add in the sofa first. And we could add it like that. Let's add more. So go back to insert, load family, and then go back to furniture, and then table, coffee table, Click open on that, and then go to architecture and click this again. Let's change this. So once you click and add, if there's our selection, you can change it from that selection. This is too big, so we could just go with this. After that, let's add in the TV. So there is a TV under furniture. It's a flat screen. Once you load it, go back to architecture and you can add it like that. You can change the size. Let's go with the largest. So everything is looking good. Let's try and add door first. So I'm gonna add the door right here. Let's choose in the smallest one. So I'm gonna add a door like so and a door like this. We can extend this a bit. So let's add this one around, yeah, 2800 is good, and then 1500. So this one should be under insert, load family, go back, and then this will be plumbing, architecture, equipment, sorry, go back, fixtures, and then we could add in some of this. Let's not go with tub, let's go with a shower. Let's load this. So I'm gonna add a shower like that, and then let's add in the toilet and sink. Go back to fixtures, water closet. This one will be good. Go back to architecture and click component, and then let's add in a sink. I'm gonna use this. Let's load it later on, and I'm gonna add it like that. I want to load a different door. So let's go and come back to the selection and then click on doors. Let's look for residential doors. So I'm gonna use this single one panel wood. That's okay. I'm gonna select everything. So I'm gonna click one. Sorry, I'm gonna click one and then hold on shift and then press OK. After that, let's look at it at the door. So we have this. Now we could just change this out. So I'm gonna delete the doors that we recently add. And then let's go with this kind of door. Around 600 by 2000 would be enough. And then here we should make this one around 1300. I think 1300 is enough. And this one 600, or let's make it 500. And then let's do it on others as well. 500. So now we have a room here. We have the washroom here. Let's add in the kitchen. We have the living room set up here. And then let's add in the main door first. So go to insert, load family, and let's look for a double glass. So maybe this glass will be good. Let's add in everything. So hold on shift. And then go to door. And as you can see, we have the double door. I think 1500 by 2000 is good enough as a double door. And this one looks nice. Let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the grid lines, our elevation lines, and then we also added exterior wall, interior walls, and the doors and some of the furniture on our level 1. Here we're going to continue working on this, and let's go and click insert, and let's load family, and then let's go back here and then go to specialty equipment, and then under here there's domestic, and here you can see that there are built-in kitchen families, and if you click here there's more that you can add, and in the mid-range you can see that there's more here as well. So there's even washer and dryer. So what we could do is we could add in some of this stuff, load it into our project, and then let's create some of the cabinetry for the cupboard and the drawers here. Also, if we come back, if you check casework, there are cabinets that we could utilize on this project. And as you can see, we have drawers that we could just load in and it will be good to go. We just need to put in proper countertops and sink. So let's do this. So I'm gonna select base cabinet. And let's add in this drawer, 4 drawers. Let's add this one as well. So I'm just looking at different variation that we could add. We can also add this vanity cabinet for our washroom. So we have vanity, we have base cabinets, and all those stuff. So I'm gonna add this, and I want to make sure that I select the 3 of them, click open, and then go back to architecture, click component, and here we're going to be able to select all of those and add it into our project. So I'm going to add the 4 drawer first. I'm going to choose the 500 millimeters, and I'm going to select it like that. If we change this to fine, let's see if it will provide a better image, but it looks like it's not. And then let's add this sink. So I'm gonna go back and then click component again and the sink. I'm gonna add this again, create copy, and then let's add in a different one. So click component again and then this drawer. We can add in some tall cabinetry here. So go back to insert, load family, and let's add in so we could go back here and turn tall cabinet. So I'm gonna add this one, click open, and then click architecture and then click component. Once we add that, we can double check this one by using a camera, and let's do it like that. And as you can see, we have this, and then we could add in a fridge right here on the side. We can also switch this one on this side because we're gonna add in a fridge on this spot anyway. So I could do that. So let me go back to level 1 and switch this one on the other side. So I'm gonna switch this. So let's move this onto this spot and then now select everything and then move it again. So now let's go and insert more. So we have this, go back to Canadian and then specialty equipment. Let's add this. So let's add in the cookware and all of this. So let's look for a fridge. So I want this fridge. And then go to architecture and then click component. And I'm gonna add the fridge like so. I'm just gonna nudge it on the left side. And let's not forget to add in the countertop. But before that, let's load in a cooktop. So I'm gonna add in a cooktop like that. And then let's go back to that later on. Go back to Canada and then go to casework and then here the countertop. Let's choose something that is just straight. So this one with a sink. Go to architecture and click it once you load. I'm gonna put this one in the middle. And then as you know, we could just move this one to extend. Let's extend this up to the fridge. And I want to see it on 3D. So as you remember, we created a 3D view. And as you can see, everything looks nice and proper. So I forgot this one. We just need to pull it back. And then let's look at it again. Now I want to add in some cupboards. So go to insert, load family, and then let's add in, go back to casework and then wall cabinet. So we could load different kinds. I'll probably just load this except for the filter and then the double door. But this one, let me come back again there. Casework, wall cabinet. We don't need the angled ones. I couldn't see the preview properly, so that's why I'm trying to select. So I'm just gonna use this first and see. So I'm gonna load this and give it a second, go to architecture and then component. So as you can see, this one we shouldn't use it. Let's use something like this. And then here as well. I want to put something in the middle. So we got the glass. I want to add this as well. And don't worry about that, we can nudge it in place afterwards. So I'm gonna delete this and then nudge this in place. I'm actually just going to add this one on the other side. So I'm gonna move this. It's because we could add I'm gonna add the cooktop around here. So I'm just gonna select this. And then move. And then let's add in more of this. So I'm just gonna copy. Remove the constraint. And hopefully we could just add in a bigger one like so. And let's look at it at 3D. I'm just gonna copy this small one like that. And then I'm just gonna leave it like that. So I want to add in an island. So we could just move this one a little bit more on this side. So in terms of the island, let's load in the countertop first. So casework, countertop, and then we have an island. Click on it. And this one is too big. So what we could do is we could make it smaller like so. I don't want to push it too much on the end. So I'm just going to leave it like that. And then what we could do is we could add in the cooktop here. So I'm just looking for the cooktop that we loaded. So I added the cooktop, and then for the elevation, I want it to be around 29 inches. So that's converted to millimeters. That's around 730. I want to see it. We need to add it more. So let's add it around 930. Okay, that's good enough. And then let's extend this. I forgot that this is around 36 to 42 inches for those bar height top. So that's why it's not appearing on the exact elevation. So I'm just gonna extend it more. so that we could have those. And this one, maybe we could move it around here. Or we could just move this one back. Let's give this one more room. And we could move this one on this side so that we could add in a bar heart. There's enough space for the people that are sitting here. So we could add in our chair. So go back and go to furniture, seating, and then look for a bar height. This one can represent it, so we're just gonna use this. I'm just gonna use this as a representation of the bar height top. So far it's looking good. You were able to add all of this. We could mark this one as an office. I think it will be better if it's an office. So I'm gonna insert a proper desk. So let's look for a proper desk. We could load this. This will be good enough. So I'm gonna use this. And then let's insert a proper chair for this. And then let's add in some chair. I'm just gonna reuse this. So I think this is good enough to be an office. We finished the kitchen, and we're just gonna continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen, and here we're gonna start by adding stairs. So under architecture, we have the stairs here. Click on the stairs, and then we're just gonna change the design number of riser. I want it to be around 16 only. So this will be changed. The actual tread depth will be changed by Revit automatically as we base it from level 1, and then top level is level 2. So that's done already. So what we need to do is we just need to click on here and then pull it up like so. After that, as you can see, actual run width is 1000. We could change it here, or you can change it here as well. Let's change this one to around 1200, and then we could use the arrow key and then change it like that and move it in place. So now we could click finish, and then here we have our stairs. Now if we look at our 3D and then expand this a little, we have our stairs right there, and then we could actually change the look of that. So we could change the look by going to level 1 again, press escape, click on this, and then here we could edit. So we don't have we don't want riser. We could delete the railing and those kind of stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete the left and right stringers. So I'm gonna choose none, and then none on this, press OK. After that, let's do it again, and I want a mid support, and then here let's change this to without riser, apply, OK, OK, and then let's look at it at 3D view again. As you can see, it's changed. We can change the railing as well. So in terms of railing, we could edit the balusters, and then we could even change this to glass. So for now, I'm just gonna delete the right from the user, and then we could just extend this one going up. So it will look like it's a floating stairs that is attached to the wall. So I'm just moving it a little bit to give this one a room. And for now, let's leave it like that. But it already looks nice from my point of view. We can even change this to glass if we want to. So now this is for now done. We will have this nook on this under this stairs, and we could put in different kinds of stuff. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click wall again, and then we're gonna add curtain wall. Here I'm gonna include a curtain wall right here. And then we could add in a curtain wall right here so that it will give sunlight. I'm gonna change this corner. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this wall, so exterior, type in CS or create similar, and I'm just gonna create a nook like so, and then TR, trim and extend, And I just want to do this now so that when we go up to the second floor, we will have this kind of design. And then here, I want to add in curtain wall. I'm gonna add a curtain wall right here, and then also on this side. We could also add curtain wall right here, and then for the front, we could just look at it later on. So here I want to add it all the way like so. And then after that, the error that you're seeing earlier, it's because we haven't cut the geometry yet. So what you have to do is click on cut and then click on the wall first and then the curtain wall. So wall and then curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, like so. And then don't worry about the sizes as you can change it um, in 3D as well. As you can see, we can change it like that. What I usually want to do is I want to pull this back, and then I usually change the height, um, all of them by aligning. I want the same height on all of them so that everything is leveled correctly. So I'm just using align, AL for sure, short. And then after that, it's up to you now to pull it up or down. So here, I'm gonna pull it up. Here, we could just leave it like this, but this one, I want to same height with this one for the front. This one on the side, we could pull it up, but I want this one to be seen. Maybe we could just change this to a glass panel, something that is nice, something like this. And then this one, we could edit. We can change the profile of this to be rectangular. So that looks nice. So we change that. If you change this, as you can see, you cannot see the handle. If you change this to fine, it will appear. That is very important, especially when you're sending this to Twinmotion, because whatever you see on the 3D will reflect on what you see on Twinmotion when you send it. That's why when on 3D, you will always need to change this to fine. So now I believe we're done with the first. We could just quickly add in the bottom here. So you could do that by using a model in place. Oh, I always use generic model or otherwise. And then let's just add an extrusion. something like this. And then here we could go back to 3D and then pull it up like so, and then click finish. You can change the materials as well. So let's add in flooring like so. So it's good enough. We have our cooktop. Maybe we should change this to 900 so that everything is level. So that looks nicer. And then by changing this to rectangular, the look is much better. Okay. So now let's go to, so with this one, we have a glass right here as well. And then let's go to level 1, or sorry, level 2. Good thing our underlay is already on. If not, change the base ring to level 1. And then later on, when you change this to none, you will only see the level 2. So for now, level 1, so that we could recreate the walls right here. So now, let's go to architecture. Let's add in the wall for the second floor. So we're in level 2. Go back and look for exterior wall number 1. And we're gonna start in A1. So click A1 up to D1, going down similar to this. So just copy the same way, but this time go past this. So let's go up to B2 and then go down to B3, go to A3, and then go back to A1. So now we could copy the location where the curtain wall. So let's do that for now. So I'm gonna copy it like so. And then I'm just gonna fix it later on. And then we have rooms here, so I'm gonna change that later on once we create the separation of walls. Even for this, even though that we added it already, we could just change it later on. So here we could just flip it like that, and maybe we could just move it accordingly. So for curtain wall, you need to click them so that they could follow. And you know what? I'm gonna flip them inwards even for the below, because I want to be consistent with those. So go back to level 2. Now let's set up the changes here for our walls. So click wall and then look for interior wall number 1. And then here, let's add a wall right now, like that. I want to go all the way there, but I want to check where is this, how much is this. So I want it to be below this. So I want it below this, so I'm just gonna align this like that. AL, so that's the wall. After that, I'm gonna add another wall for the washroom. Similar to below. I'm just gonna copy that and I'm gonna remove this or just pull it back. So this is the master bedroom with the ensuite. Now I'm gonna extend this. So I remember this one to be around 2800. I want to double check this one. So I need to extend this one a little bit. So it's around 2900. That's good enough. Let me close that. And then after that, I'm gonna add a door here. And then after that, this is another washroom for both of this room. So there will be 3 rooms. 2 of them are regular rooms and then the master. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend this, but using an interior wall. So I'm just gonna divide it like that. And then this one, I might just extend this one like this. But of course, you will need to have somewhere here. So I don't think we have enough room for a proper landing here. So let me double check. It's not enough. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend this one a little bit, like so. And then add in the same wall. I want to make sure that there's enough room for a door here. So this one, we can extend this. Actually, that's good enough. So let's add in the same door that we have added here. CS. And then I'm gonna add it on this side. We could add this one on this side as well, so that there's enough room. Yeah, I'm gonna add the door right here, and then this will be another room, and this one will be another room. So by doing that, we have enough room for a landing here. Now what we could do is we can go to our properties and then go to underlay, and then now we should put none so that we don't get confused on the layout. Next thing is I want to extend this wall so that we could see everything, and then here I will need to pull it back. I want this to have a nice view of the surrounding. Maybe we should give it some area here like that, and then let's add in a door right here and a door going inside here. So I'm just double checking everything right now. So the good thing here is we could actually add the walls right here on this side, but this one we could add the bed facing outside, and this bed will face out this side. So there's enough sunlight to come in because we're adding a lot of windows. For this one, we could extend this one as well. And actually, we could add this one above. So it's going to be just a small window. I'm planning to add the desk here. And then maybe, or we could add a storage here or a closet. So now I'm gonna insert the bed. I want to do that so that we could see, or I could show you the way that I'm gonna put the beds. So that will be furniture, beds, and I'm just gonna use this and then go to architecture, click component, and we have a double bed. I'm going to add in the queen for now here. So the queen on this side. This one we could put a queen, and then the next one we could put double, and then the double we could put it right here, and then we have enough room for a closet and some desk. So after that, I want to add in another interior wall, duplicate, and this will be 100 for the closet. Closet, we could add it here on this. Let's pull this back like that. And then let's add a closet right here. And then a closet right here. And then I'm just gonna go to annotate and add in some detailed lines. I'm gonna change this to a demolish so that it's breaking like that. So a dash line. I usually just put 2 lines to represent the rod. Most of the time it should be very near to each other. And then let's add in a pocket door or a sliding door. So we need to go to doors again and then go to residential and just look for it right here. So sliding door and click one and then hold on to shift and click again. Go to architecture, click door, and then first we need to put the smallest one first so that we could assess. I'm adding it right here. The reason for that is we're gonna add in a desk on this side. Desk with the TV and everything on that. Here as well, we could add in a big one. That's good enough. And then here we could add in a small one. Hopefully it's good enough, like so. So just a representation anyway, so that's good enough. After that, I want to click on component again, and then I want to add the washrooms fixtures. So I'm going to click on the vanity. I'm gonna add it like that. And then the shower, I want to add it like here. And then the toilet. I'm just gonna click this and then create a copy. And we have it like that. Here I'm just gonna delete this, or maybe I could just pull it up to add another one there. So this one is the closet. Now I could add windows at the top. So click here again and then make sure to change it to curtain wall. Flip it. I want the inside to be on the interior part, mostly on the interior part. And then we could add in a desk right here on this side, on this nook, on the corner. We could add in a window on this side as well. Flip it. And then let's add in here as well. Mostly, I usually add it on top of this. So now we need to click modify and cut geometry. Okay, so now let's change the height. Here there's gonna be table below, so I want it to be like that. So I'm just estimating first the height, so that's good enough. AL, I'm gonna maintain all that height on the rest, even for the washroom. And then let's pull this up now. So maybe I could make this one just one, so that will be nice. Something like this will be good enough. I'm just gonna pull this one like so. AL. For this one, I want it to be aligned, same thing. I think that will look nice. And then here we're gonna extend the balcony. We're gonna add in a door here so that for the balcony. So we could just move this one a little bit, or we could create a curtain wall door right there. So I could just actually pull this one all the way down. That will be good enough. For this one, I'm gonna pull this one out. And move this one just around here, aligned to this. And we might add a window here on this side. That will be good. And then we could just align them all together at the top. So window, flip it, and then cut geometry, and then let's align them. AL, and then AL on this side. AL again for the top. And let's see the bottom later on. We can also add a window on this side. So I'm gonna save this for now. And let's continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the second floor. And as you can see, we added the windows using curtain wall. And we added the walls and we made some closet. And in this video, we're gonna continue working on this. Let's add in the floor. So let's click on floor and then edit type. Let's duplicate this and name it as floor number 1. Press OK. Change the thickness to 200 and change the material. Let's use gypsum wall board. Press OK and then OK. And then now we're on level 2. Let's click on pick lines and then let's click on from the inside. And we're just gonna clean this up, and then after that we will need to turn on the underlay. It's because we need to edit where the location of the balcony is. So for now, let's click finish, don't attach, and then let's go here at the under properties and turn on underlay to level 1. Click apply, and then after that we will need to select the whole floor again so that we could edit the boundary, and then now we could add in the floor. So I'm gonna add this floor up to here, and let's see, or maybe from the inside. So I'm just gonna click this again, delete this, and then now we need to trim, so TR. After that, click finish, don't attach, and then let's look at it at 3D. So now it looks like this. What we could do is we could push this back up like so. So we could align that as well from the top. So AL for that. And then we could add in a curtain wall there and pull it down so that we could have the railing here. And we could actually just pull up this from the height of the railing. So I'm just estimating it right now. And we could do that as is like that. So we don't need to put a railing there. So it will be the look or the design aspect of that. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to level 2 and I'm gonna pull this up to here. I think that's good enough or more than enough for that. And then now we could go back to the underlay and put none for the base. And so far, everything is looking good. I'm just double checking the alignment from this wall to this wall. So far it's good. And this one we already checked earlier. Okay, so this one looks good. Now let's add in the floor for the bottom. So level 1, click on floor again, and then let's choose pick line. And for this one, we need to click on from the outside. Okay, so now we just need to close them off like this one. So TR, and then trim and extend those. We could edit this type, duplicate. This will be floor 2, and then let's change this to something stone. We could pull that one here and choose this field stone. Press OK, and then click finish. So now we have this, and then we could add in the garage and some grass. So let's determine that now. So go back to level 1. And then here, let's add in another floor. Let's add in the grass first. So edit type, duplicate, floor number 3 would be the grass. So let's look for the grass. After that, press OK and then OK. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna add grass from here. I wanted to have on the side as well. So I'm just gonna add it like that and onto the side. And then let's click the outside. Because obviously this is not all grass. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna cut it. So I'm just gonna delete that or extend this. TR. I'm gonna delete this. And I'm just gonna extend this one like that. And then SL, split, and then TR right here. So this one will be not grass, but this one will be all grass. Maybe instead of that, we need to extend it like here, because I want this one to be all concrete. And then maybe we could just pull this one like that, or we need more room because we're gonna put in a gate. So let's click finish, and this is all grass now. And then now we need to click on floor again, edit type, duplicate, floor number 4, and this will be concrete. So let's look for concrete. So it's supposed to be up here. Let's do this concrete precast, and then now let's use this pick line. And then after that, TR to trim and extend. And then just click on this and then click finish. We can even extend this and add in the pool if we want to, but rather just stick with this. And then we're gonna add in a wall. So I'm gonna add in an exterior wall. I'm gonna duplicate this, edit type, change this to concrete. So let's masonry. And then let's add in the concrete. I don't want it to be center line, I want it to be face exterior. So like that. And then we're gonna change the gate. And I wanted to show in 3D so that I could pull it down. I don't want it to be too high. So probably around 1500 will be enough. So negative 1500. Negative 1500. And then negative 1500 on this one. We might pull it up later on. So far everything looks nice. So next thing I want to do is add the roof. So go to architecture and click on roof. And let's go to level 2. And then after that, edit type, duplicate, roof 1, press OK, edit type, let's make this 200. And let's do this as gypsum. Press OK and then OK again. And then here, actually let's go to level 2 and then we should set it to level 3, base level. So now we could use pick line and from the inside. And then after that, we actually need to uncheck all the slope. So I'm just gonna undo everything. Pick this line and then uncheck this. So don't make my mistake. I forgot to uncheck that. And then once you do, go to the perimeter, the inside of the wall, and then now type in TR to clean it up. And then just double check everything. If everything is done correctly, and then click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. For this one, let's offset this to -200. That's the thickness of the roof, so that it's flat like that. And then click on all of this, so holding on control button, click all the ones that showing at the top, and then once you do, click on this and then click on the roof, so it will disappear. After that, let's just double check everything. And then here, actually, I'm gonna pull this down, and then I'm gonna add in a small glass curtain wall that I could just change afterwards. So level 2, and then wall, and then change this to curtain wall. Let's add it from the inside, and then right here as well. And then we could just manipulate this. Okay, now go to 3D, and we could just basically do it like that. So now I could use this as an align and make sure that to pull this up as well. So it's good enough for a railing for now. I'm planning to pull this down a little bit. I'm planning to add in some shaders here. So let's start here. I'm gonna pull this down a little bit more, like that. AL, and let's do it on all of this. So far so good. We have this, and then we could add in more of the design that we're planning to do. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add floors and then the roofs. So each and every one of this has floors now. And then here we just added a simple flat roof. And we're gonna work on this now. And then now we're gonna click on model in place. I want to create something on this side. So look for generic model. And then here, I would like to set or pick a plane. I'm gonna pick this plane, or instead go to south, and then we already picked the plane, and do an extrusion. So I'm gonna pick the plane again. It's because we changed the view. And then here, I'm just gonna simply add design like this. That will be bulging all this. After that, I'm gonna do this. Just gonna delete this a little bit and then go over that. I'm gonna choose this line and then just drop it like that. And choose this line again and drop it all the way. And then I'm gonna choose this, and then I'm gonna choose this, and then here let's add this feature. And then SL, split element, TR, so actually we need to do it separately. So for now, I'm actually gonna SL this, and TR, we can actually just move it like there. So yeah, might as well do it now. TR this, and then I want to put this one, something there. So TR this, so there will be a gap here. Let's look at it, and I want to see it. I don't actually like the image or the extrusion that we created. So I'm gonna pull this one out. We could do better. We could put lights at the top here. So around 300 would be enough, I believe. So let's finish this for now. But actually we forgot to put in a material. So I'm just gonna put a material so that we could change this one later on. So I'm gonna put that leather black. Click finish, and that will be good enough for now. I'm gonna add in something here. So I'm gonna go back to south elevation and then click on architecture, model in place. Here, generic model, and I want to add actually from the top. So I would like it to be on level 2. And I want it to be extruded from here. So extrusion. I'm gonna set the plane first. I want it from the floor if I can. So I have it from the floor and then I'm gonna extrude it from there. I want it to be like this. And then offset this one with 50. I don't want the 50. Let's make it 100. I'm just adding the midline and offset this one 50. And then delete the middle. And then we could use this, copy this. So what's the distance from the middle or from here? 1350. So I'm gonna create a copy. So I'm gonna add it around 400. And then here I could just add it from the middle, so around 350 or 340. That will be good enough. And then SL, I'm gonna keep on doing this. And then now we need to trim. And then after that, click finish. And then let's add in the material first. Let's choose a random one. Look at it at 3D, and then let's set it up at the top here. So I'm gonna add it like that and pull this one down and up like that. So this is good enough. I like the design, and click finish. I'm also gonna add in a model in place on this area. So generic model, and then go at level 3. So let's go to level 2. It's not showing for the level 3. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in something here. So what I'm gonna set the plane so we could go to 3D actually, and I'm gonna set it here at the floor. After that, I'm just gonna add it like that. Change the materials. Parking stripe. Click finish. Look at it at 3D. And we could just change the extrusion to 100, and it's more than enough. Or let's just put it back to 250. Click finish. Let's create another exterior wall. Duplicate that, and let's change this to parking. The same materials for that. So parking stripe. So now we need to change this to part 2, wall number 3. So now when we change that, it will be changed like those. And let's do more. Model in place, generic model, south elevation, pick a plane. Let's choose this plane. Okay, we've chosen this plane. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm actually wanted to add an L type of window here. So I might do that. So I'm just gonna change this material for now and extrude it afterwards. Click finish. So I need to go back to level 2 and add a window here. So go to architecture, wall, and then curtain wall. So maybe around here. And then cut geometry. And then let's look at it at south elevation. And it actually overlaps. So now we're gonna pull that back, put it down like that, and like that, and then edit this extrusion. And then now TR. Click finish, and then finish. And then make sure to pull this back like that. So in 3D it will look like that. And what we could do is we could go to south elevation and change this one. So go to modify, split face. I want to split face this. So this is actually an extrusion. So we need to edit this split, and then we need to split face it from here. So you need to edit, and then after that click finish, and then now click on paint, which is this one, and choose a random material. So I'm gonna choose this for now and select this one. And then after that, click done and then finish. And if we see it in 3D, and let's change to consistent color, it will look like that. So I just want to pull this back a little bit more. And maybe we could change this and add another extrusion for this part. I want to see it on south elevation. And then here I could put in another extrusion, model in place, and then another generic model. And for this one, another extrusion, and then pick the plane. I want it to be this face. After that, I'm gonna use a rectangle, and then I'm going to align it like that. And then let's extend this one a little bit. Change the materials. So why not, let's choose something here. I'm gonna choose a random materials from below and click finish. And then we forgot to delete this. SL and then TR. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. We just need to extend this one until it touched AL, this face. So it's looking nice. I would like to extend this one. But let me double check, because let's do 2350 and then double check it. Yeah, it's too much, so Let's just pull it back a little, and let's pull this back as well. I want everything to be good. So here I'm gonna go to south elevation. I'm gonna extend it from this side. Okay. And then after that, edit this. Extrusion. So AL, click finish, and then edit this boundary. So AL, finish this as well. Now I'm gonna follow this along so that we have the same width. And I wanna look at it right now. And then we can put some lights there later on. I would like to extend this one a bit more, but for now, let's leave it like this. I want to change this material right here and extend this a little bit more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on south elevation, and then under modify, split face, I'm gonna split face this. So let's see if we could split face this. But the problem that I'm seeing is the face is up there only. So we'll need to fix this one for the first floor and second floor. So I'm gonna extend this. So what I can do is move this back. So once we do, this is more dominant than the other. Same goes here. Pull this back. Extend this one a little bit. And pull this one down. So now this will be dominant. So we could actually split face this as well. And then now let's go to south elevation. Click split face. And then I believe we just need one line like that. Yes, we just need one line. Let me double check that. So yes, This one will be different now. So under paint, I'm gonna use carpet. Split face now this part. And then similar to that, we need to just add the reason that we just need to add one line because this is from the edge. So we're basically cutting only. This one is different because we're creating a barrier from here. So now click finish and then click paint and then click paint carpet just to change the material. So let's look in 3D and then let's add it here as well. So I'm gonna basically cut it from here as well so that we can change a material, and then we're probably gonna extend this a bit or just add in something similar to this. So now, or maybe I could just add up to here. So what we could do is we could add in a section line facing this way, and then we could double click that, and then now we could see where the line is. We could just cut it from here and there. So split face, this face, click on this and go all the way up. But as you can see, we just need to align it better. So AL and then finish. Split face again. This one. And then click on align. Click finish and then paint again. And there. Look at it in 3D and it will look like that. Here we're just gonna paint this face. And then now we could just add in something at the third level. We're gonna add in an extrusion at the top. So we could actually do it in 3D. So architecture, model in place, generic model, and then click on extrusion, set the plane, pick a plane. I want to do this into this face. And then I'll use align, maybe it will work. Okay, click finish, use the same material, which is carpet. And then press OK and finish. So it's looking good. I like what we've done. we could actually just extend this one a little bit like that. I would like to add in the light here on this spot. So let's finish here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So we're gonna start this video by changing some of the layout on this building. For example, let's go to level 1, and then here I'm going to select this grid line number 1 and change this to 4000. And then after that, I'm going to push this into the midpoint and just move everything along. The reason that I'm doing that because I noticed that the spacing here is not good, especially for the washroom. So I'm gonna move this to the end by typing MV and selecting all of this. Of course, we're going to move this cooktop as well. And actually, I don't like the label, so I'm gonna edit, and then you just need to uncheck this show label right here. Even the fridge, just edit type, uncheck this, click apply, and then OK. So now that's good. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete this, and then I'm going to remove this. So I'm basically deleting this room right here. Release embedded, and then now we could just delete all of this. And then of course we have some curtain wall here, and we can select this, edit boundary, and then just delete. We don't need to do anything else. We could just move this one all along right here, TR, trim and extend. Click finish after you've completed there, and then you could just delete some of this, and we could just what I'm planning to do is I want this cube like hanging over, and then I'm going to put the pull under it so it will look amazing. And then here at the back, we added 500 millimeters. We're going to pull this back as well, so AL, this wall, and then select that wall, so everything is aligned all together right there. And then we're gonna fix this one right here basically. So let's go back to level 1, and then we will have an exit right here as well, or we could add an exit on this side. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push this boundary wall, so here we could just put probably around 5,000. So we have a backyard, and also we will have a pole right here. We could extend our grid lines like so that it's not on the way. So we have a backyard right here, and then we're going to add a pole going all over right here. I'm going to extend this one as well, roughly around, let's make it 5500 from this wall, so we have enough. And then here it's just floor number 3, and we're going to change that a bit because we don't need all of this to be grass. I want this one to be obviously what we wanted, so the grass part probably up to here only, so we're going to edit that. And then here now we could extend this. We need to know, so click on tab 1600. So now I'm going to edit this and then change one of them to 1600, and then as you can see it will be at the right. So I'm just gonna move this and then pull it right there, and then here move this right here, and then don't forget to add a detailed line. We can put thin line, so thin line, and then this will represent the countertop. And then also let's check out, we can move this one as well, give it some space right here. We have enough space right now. We could make either an opening here or an opening on this side. Either way, it will be nice, but I think an opening here will have a nice a nice addition to this setup. So now I'm gonna go right here, this one change as well with the right size, and we just need to move it to the corner. And then right here move it to the corner as well. And then let's not forget all of this to be moved there, and then adding detailed line. There we go. And then we have our wall right here. And what we could do now is to build up this area. I want to show what this one will be. We could just delete that, and we could have this one go up a bit, align this AL, so we have that one over on the top of that. And then this is just decorative pieces right here. What I want to do is to have, or to add something at the something that goes around right here. It doesn't need to be big, but I just want to wrap around here so that it looks nice. And then I would like to create this one now. So let's go to level 1, and I know we have this one, but we're going to create another wall, and then edit, sorry, a standard wall basically, not this one. So let's choose the interior wall number 1, edit, duplicate, and we want full wall. Apply, edit, and then here we could change it to a tile, and then ceramic tile. We haven't used it, so Might as well use it. Okay, and then now we could just add. I want it to be base constraint level 1 to level 1, and then offset it. So we need to fix our elevation first. I'm going to add the pool here, so I could just have an add level. Maybe 800 is good enough. I'm gonna put it full. And then now we have the pool area, and then we could just add the proper wall. I'm going to make this a little bit thinner, so make it 100 is good enough. And then now we need a base constraint of level, so this will be top and this will be base, and then we just need to add the pool right here. Don't worry about it, it's gonna create something. It will tell you that something is wrong, obviously, because everything is overlapping. I'm going to give this one this massive pool right here that is overhanging, and it will be quite nice to do it. So now this one change, I want it to be like this, and then I want to see it, so that's good. I'm going to edit this boundary now. This is just the grass part. We could change that as well. I'm probably going to move this one right here. And then I'm gonna move something like this right here as well. Trim and extend. And then we'll probably have some grass on this side as well. So let me finish that. I want to see, maybe I'm going to change the view range here to unlimited so that I could see everything else. I'm going to put it right there at the back there. I think that's good enough. And then obviously we will have grass and then some stone or something like a concrete, and I just want everything to look nice, so I'm editing it a little bit. So now I'm going to add another floor. Edit type, duplicate, this will be floor number 5. Edit, this won't be grass. I'm gonna choose one of the concrete right here. And then, sorry, this one should be floor number 3, and then I'm gonna add another floor. So this one should be 5. Okay, and now let's trim everything so that nothing is overlapping. Click finish. Let's see it. This one needs to go around the pool. So I'm gonna use this so that it goes around there. What I'm gonna do now is select this pool and then top offset around probably 50 only, so that it's just above it a little bit. So now after that, I'm going to create a model in place, generic model. I'm gonna create the floor of the pool, extrusion. This will be tile, and then choose the ceramic tile again. I'm gonna add this one first, click finish, go to 3D, and then just pull it down. And then after that, go back here, click finish again, and then create another one, model in place, generic model. This will be for the water. There we go. Add it, and then just create this one right here. Click finish, look at it at 3D, pull it down a little bit, and then pull this one down a little bit as well. There we go. And then click finish. So now we have our pool. We created our pool. We have a grass right here around. Then this is something that we could extend if we want to. I think I want this to extend because if you notice, I want this to overhang, and I know it's something amazing actually if we could just overhang it. So overhang it a bit more. So here, maybe I'm going to add another one. So I'm gonna copy this, move it, and decide I'm gonna add D or E, sorry, and then I'm going to extend it all the way there. And then I'm just going to add one more right here, 1500 from D. So now I'm going to extend this all the way right here. And then extend this one up to D. So ED, and then why not extend this one as well? That's our design right there. And then this will be our bed right here, bedroom. This is more than enough space. And then extend this right there. Extend also this. So we have our at least some space for a walk-in closet. And then this we could extend as well. The reason for that is we want another one. So CO, because this is our master's bedroom, it's just a right thing to add two sink. That's something that is new right now. Also, we need to add in the side right here. I'm going to change this part right here. I think this is too much. To add right here. CS, add it only on this part. Actually, the location is not that good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to CS right here, add it onto the entrance, and then move this right there. I think that's much better having it there. And then we just need a smaller one. Edit, duplicate, and we could just change this to 800. So now CS on that, and then just add it right about here. So we have a closet right here that is much better. CS, and then we could just have closet right here. And just delete this right here. I think that's too much. And we can still have a double onto this part right here. And then this one is still queen. Because this space is a wasted space right here. So what we can do is we can basically move this one right here, delete that, move this one right here, and then now we could have a proper entrance right here. And then we could extend this one as well. So now we have a bigger and then we could just change this to the standard and then just add it right there. And then here CS add, or this one CS added on this side with that orientation. And then go to insert, load family, and we need to have furniture, table or nightstand table, open, CM, add it to one of the sides. This one we could add it on each end. We could just move this one. And then load family again, go to lighting, and then architecture, internal, and then we could have to add table lamp, standard CM, and then just add it right about there. So now everything is clean up. I think it looks much better. This one was changed, so let's make it 700 as well, AL. This is 700, and then this one is something about like that as well. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to edit some of the features of this house. As you can see, we deleted the office room and we want it to be hanging on this one. And then we extended the back right here so that we will have a bigger washroom. And then we fixed some of the walls right here, and we added a bigger closet, walk-in closet. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to fix some of this. Like here, this one is extruded all the way to the floor or to the roof, and then we just need to select this and then select this so that it will not overhang or it will not extrude too much on the roof. So that's the easy way to do that. Now what we're gonna do is I'm going to extend this. I want this one to be a cube like feature, so that's why I'm going to add this. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to also connect this to the lower part. So copy this. So let me see if I'll be able to grab this, but give me a second. Let's go to south elevation. I think that's the best one to see how this one will form, and then remove the constraint and then just select it there. So here I'm going to drag it down. So I think the best way is to just cover this up. I want this to be, I think this is better if it's a plank wood. So I'm gonna add this as plank wood, and then it differs on this ones as well. So I'm going to align this to below, and then I'm going to change this face to the pinstripe or parking stripe. But before that, I would like to extend this face right here. So edit boundary, and we could see we need to change the below. So I'm gonna change the underlay to level 1, and as you can see, we will be able to see everything, and then edit the boundary because this is up to the first floor. So now this one is the wall right there. So what we're gonna do is we're going to just notch it right about here and then all the way around. This is a good way of for us not to extend everything else anymore. This one is actually, delete this. We need to extend now this part and then trim this, and then we should extend this part right here, pick this line. So basically you just need to edit this part right here, trim this one, and then trim this part right here. So now just choose the others, and then we could just align it all the way right here so everything is exact. I think a little bit more so that it's behind that. So I'm gonna move this all the way to this post right here, or to this wall. And as you can see, everything is covered. I think, and then we just need to fix one of these sides. Needs to go back more, and then this one right here needs to go back as well. So that looks good. The only thing that we need is to change this material right there. I'm going to leave this one like that, this one, and then I want to change this and below. So I'm going to do a paint and then parking stripe, the one that is yellow, parking stripe. I want to use this face right there, and then we're going to select the split face, and then we're going to split face this one as well. I'm going now to select this part all the way here and then click finish, and then we can just pull this one back like that. I might go over this, but I think that's good enough. And then here, what we can do is we could split face this one as well, but I'm going to select where this goes. So end to end on this part. And then now if we select this, you'll be able to just select only that part, and you'll be able to differentiate those only. So now it only select those parts now. And I like the way this looks because this is white, this will be wood, and this will be different. So I like the change. I'm also going to add this one right here. So let's go to second floor. Let's go to third floor actually, and I need to be able to see the one at the top. So I'm going to open the underlay. I'm gonna go to the underlay. I'm going to change this to level 3, and then select this one, copy, and then I'm gonna copy it to the corner and then add this one right here. So once that's added, I'm going to go right here and then drag and drop that. So we will have the same one, the same look for our entrance. So now I just want to add the pool ladder. So if you go to part 1 description, there will be a link there. It's probably going to be the second link, and I have the pool ladder right here. So download that. We could put face-based. Let's put the square. Add that as well. That's the spotlight square, and then we could do the folding door. So download those three, and just drag and drop it once you have it. So once you have it, just need to drag and drag, and you'll be able to load it to our project. So go to level 1, CM, and you'll be able to just add it right about here. I'm gonna add it here. There we go. If we go to our 3D, as you can see, it's visible right there. And then also we have our parametric folding door. So just add it right here. I know this one is too big for now, but we need to try and add it. So go to door and then edit it completely so that it's not too big or too wide. So we could just put this one at maybe 2500, and then it's up to you if you want to change it to 2600 for the height. And then panel thickness, that's good, looks okay, and then just add it like that right there. I'm planning to add it, so I'm gonna pick a hose and then I'm going to move it on this side where we have this one right here. Of course, it's too big, so we need to edit this again. I'm going to estimate it around 1400 for the width. Click apply, okay, and then as you can see we have that one right there. I'm also going to have, I'm gonna fix this part of our kitchen because I want to add something onto the fridge right here. So we have this one right here. That's fine right there. I think that's much better. 2600. And then one thing that I want to do or want to load afterwards is the spotlight. So I'm gonna just drag and drop this. This one is a nice family because you'll be able to attach it to any face that you want. So it's a face-based family that I created, and you just need to place it right there, and then we're going to maybe finalize this one later. If we go to, I think ceiling plan, we'll be able to see that. I'm gonna copy this and then move it every 1000. So I'm gonna copy, multiply every 1000. This is too much, so I'm going to maybe move this one right here to the edge so that we could add one more, another 1000. I think that's perfect. And then just copy it, make sure multiply is checked. And then this one could do 1500 and then another 1500. Or let's do 1000 instead. I'm gonna do 1000 instead so that we could maximize 1000. I like the spacing to have that nice. There we go. I just don't like it to be too much at the end, so probably I'll do is move it like that. I think that's good enough, and then I'm going to add one right here, or I think that's too much already. So at least we have some lights here overshadowing, and then this is too high, so I'm going to align it. I think what we could do is negative 500. So it's, let me double check. That's 3200, so we still have 27. So that's fine. And then we could just align everything. There we go. I think those are the ones. And then here, I'm going to go to south elevation, and I'm just going to maximize this. I think that's good enough for me to have a different one right there. And then I'm going to add some pots right here. I'm going to pull this one up because that's too much. This one as well. I'm going to pull this one up. AL right there. Then the washroom right there. I'm not going to add any windows right here. I think that's not good. Although I'm going to extend this, but not to the point that it is all the way. Just leaving some gaps there. I think that's good enough. And maybe I could just do this. So we will have some light. And then I'll probably going to add some lights on top of here. So what I can do is I could select this CS and then add it right there, and I'm gonna fix that later and space it out properly. Okay, so let's try and select those, copy, and then make it 1000 and then another 1000. So the gaps are not good, but we could just manually add those. Check level 1. We have this one as well. Copy this 1000 and then another 1000 and then move them all together. I think that's good enough. And this one looks good now. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to fix everything that we have right here. As you can see, we also added some lights. So now we're gonna continue working on this. And what I'm gonna do first is I'm going to fix this. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend this. And at the same time, let's go to south elevation. So this is, we extended everything right here, and then we added some lights at the top. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend a little bit because I want to void some of this, and it will look like different afterwards. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit in place, go to one of maybe east elevation. So now we could see that this is extruded a bit, and then now we could do some void extrusion. So here, click that, void extrusion, and then we could just pick the plane, and we're gonna choose this plane, and then after that we're going to void some of this, and then here I'm going to slant it a bit. And then here I just need to trim and extend and click finish. And before we do anything else, we're going to extend this going out and going in like that. And then what we need to do next is just cut geometry, and it will cut those ones out. All of this, we just need to go to our level 2 again, finish this, and then we just need to align it so that we could align all of this back. And then let's go to our level 1 and then just align this one right here. We could just move it manually, and let's see if it's there properly, because we did cut a big chunk of this, and as you can see it looks nicer now. Something different that we could do, I know it's not visible that it's slanted, so we might end up editing more or adding more of that void extrusion. I'm going to edit extrusion. Maybe we could increase it more so that it's much visible. And then trim those and then click finish. And then as you can see, it's much more aggressive. What I want to do on the top portion, so let's go to ceiling level 2, is just move this one down a bit so that it's visible like that, and it's equally from the distance right here, so roughly in the middle. So we're just gauging it. Let's go back to 3D and see where we at. I'm going to make this one small a bit, similar to this thickness. I think that's good enough. What I'm gonna do is to add some. I'm probably going to increase this. The reason for that is I don't want to add any more of that um, plant box. So I'm gonna align it from this so that everything is aligned. Although here I'm going to add some plant box because we have some concrete pad here, and we wanted to add more. So that's what we're gonna do now. Go to level 1, and then we're just going to add a plant box on both. So click on model in place, generic model, press OK, extrusion, and then let's change this to concrete. Just pull up one of the concrete right there, and then let's just make it an L form. Let's make it 500, and then let's put this one here as well, and then 500 as well. Okay, so trim and extend. And then trim and extend right here. Click finish, and it's probably extruded. Something height like this, that's good enough. And then we're gonna edit that extrusion because we're going to offset pick line. So probably around 100. Let's see the thickness, that's fine for me. And then we just need to trim and extend anything inside there. So that's fine there. We're good. And then we just need to add some grass at the top. So let's go level 1, another extrusion. Pick it so that it's easier. So pick line is right there. And then we just need to put grass. And then click finish. And here we just need to extrude it a bit. There we go. And then click finish. So we have our plant box right there. And then we could add in our mullions. So, but before we add mullions, we need to add curtain grids. So here I'm going to add curtain grids. Let's put 300 at the top, 300 from the bottom. So we're going to do that all around and just add maybe the midpoint or the 3. So I'm going to add it 300 at the top, 300 from the bottom, and then maybe the midpoint of this. So if you made a mistake, you can also, I just don't want to, like for example, this is not exact. I just don't want to escape anymore. That's why I'm trying to do it once. But if you made a mistake, you can always do this, select that, and then you'll be able to get the dimension, and then it will be easier to arrange. So here we could do 3, 700, and then 733. So that looks good right there. And then obviously this one is a big one, 300 from the bottom. And then here we need to get the midpoint, then another midpoint, and then the quarters of those. It will always snap, so it's easy to determine, and it will always be equal. So I'm gonna do here is just in the midpoint, and then here 300, and then this one I want 3. And add this one right here. And then 3 as well. There we go. For this one, I'm going to do is around 300 at the top. We're going to make it consistent, or actually make it 500, because we're going to add a different way here, because we're going to add a door. So I'm going to check. So this one, yeah, I'm gonna put it midpoint of this, because 700 is good enough. So we have the door there, and then we're going to have a segment below. Actually, we don't need to add that one. I think this is good enough to have it there. And then for this, we're just going to add, I just like this one right here. Pull it up a little bit. And then here, add the same thing. If you made a mistake, just press escape, and then you can just, and then make 3 of them here. And looks like we have everything added. So now we could add our mullion, all grid, and we're going to change this to 50 by 65 rectangular mullion. And then here it's easy because we could just add everything nicely like that. That's how easy it is to add mullions. basically just choosing all grids. Here we need to delete some, or depending on how it looks, we could just change all of those. So now here first, I think having two is too much. So what I'm gonna do is I delete one so that everything is, or what we could do is we could delete this, but actually this is good enough. The way this one looks, I like this one, so just leave it like that. And then now next thing we're going to do is to delete this because we're going to add the door. So delete this bottom. Now we need to insert, load family, go to doors, and then right here we have curtain wall, single glass door. Once you insert that, what you need to do next to add it on the curtain wall is to click on tab, and once everything is highlighted, you can select that highlighted and then choose this. And then now, in order to change orientation, go to level 2, and now you need to flip it like that. And let's remove the underlay right here. Click none so that everything is clean and showing like that. What we could do here is we could add in more. What I'm gonna do is like that. There we go. And then we could even have the ones right here. I'm going to mirror this. Move it, MV to move. And then now we just need to trim all of that. And then CS. Trim. So at least we have our walk-in closet right here for our master bedroom. So that's good enough. This one is too much, so we could just move it a little bit so that at least we have this good enough space for the entrance. Not too shabby. This one can even change this to a queen size bed, similar to what we have on the bottom. And we could just align it right here, align it right here. And then obviously we need to open up this floor right here. I'm going to select the floor, edit boundary, and we need to open up this part. Something right here probably. Click finish. Let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. And then now we just need to add some railings on this side. So go to architecture, click on railing. We have the rectangular glass bottom fill right here, and we just need to add a line all the way to this line. So once we do, if you can see, everything is secured on those sides. There we go. As you can see, everything will be secured onto that wall and to that side. So now when they go up, everything is there. So now the stairs just go up and there, and as you can see, this is an open one with the middle support, and I choose this one with the glass. And I just want to double check. I want to check which material we have right here, because I want this one to have a wood material as well. So let me check it. I'm going to paint it differently, something different that we haven't used yet. So vapor retarder. I know we haven't chosen that, so I'm just going to select that one right there. The reason that we need to edit in place is because if you just go to modify, you won't be able to use paint on this because it's an in place model. So that's why you need to edit in place first, and then now you have the split face or the paint to use right there. So that's the reason why I did that. And then basically all of this will be white, this will be wood, a different kind. This will be probably the panel, metal panel, and then anything else will be changed. Here we could remove that and just change this wall right here to be different. Actually just pull it back, undo that, and then yeah, I think that's good enough for that part. And then at least we have this something different right here. um, it's subtle, but it's actually gonna give more character to this building right here, or this house model that we created. And then all of this will be grassed. I'm thinking of yeah, I'll just put some grass parts right here. This is exterior wall, and then um, I'm hoping probably in the next video we're gonna fix some of the kitchen, because I want to have the casing for the fridge. So here nothing is there, nothing at the back, so I would just like to add those backsplash, and then maybe the casing right here. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to adjust some of our models, especially right here. We added the plant box, and then we add an opening for this so that we have enough space right here. And then also, what I'm actually going to edit again is this one, because it doesn't look good. So for the floor right here, edit this, and then just maximize this opening right here so that we don't need to have anything right about here. So it's something that is really open from below. So now what we're gonna do, we also added mullions, as you can see, the curtain grids, and then we also added the curtain door, and that's it has a process by itself. So it's something that you need to do before you add anything else. So now I'm planning to focus on our kitchen. I just need to add some of the casing right here. So just add a section, and as you can see, you just need to click this icon and then create a section right there, create a line. And now we just need to double click that, and you'll be able to have a section view like this. We all know that we added a door right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit this. We need more space for this. So I'm going to make this one 1000 in width. So good enough space to have a casing for this one. And then next thing we're gonna do is we need to fill a space right here, because as you can see, it's not actually centered. So I'm just going to center this one, uh, and then to be honest, this is individual by itself. So we could just copy this and then just add one more on that side, and then we're gonna fill that up. We're gonna fill this in. We're going to have something on top of it. We can also make this one taller. As you can see, it's just 600 in or 2000 in height. We can make it 2500, and because of that, we can move this one all the way up, and that's just lining up all together. AL, align them all together like though. Click on modify AL, then just add it all the way there. Go all the way to the top. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to architecture, component, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and we just need to create an extrusion. Pick a plane, and we're gonna pick the wall right here, and then here choose the rectangle, and then add a rectangle like this. Let's go above this, maybe all the way to the top, and then just delete one right here. Actually, just delete the one below here, and then SL, split element, so that we could slice this and have our extrusion there. We're gonna choose one of the wood right here. I'm gonna choose this one, apply OK, and then OK. So now we need to go to our 3D in order for us to see how this looks. This is the one that we just created, and then we just need to, sorry, undo that. We need to see which one, and this is the one that we need. So now go back right here to level 1, and you can see as well up to the point of the door. Click finish, and we have our case right there. Go back to our section, and I'm probably going to add another extrusion right here. Let's go and edit this one. Extrusion, pick plane, and select the wall again. Pick this rectangle, and we could just have this one added like that. And here it's going to be the same materials, and then just align it properly like here. Click finish, go to 3D, and here in 3D we're going to use AL, and then let's align this to this. So now everything is aligned, as you can see there. And then go back to section, and we're going to just add probably just an extrusion on this side. Pick a plane, choose this one, and this is just a filler, and we just need it to be where this is. Go to 3D, and then we're going to just go up to the front of the door right there. So I think that's good enough. So there's difference of those, and it's all the way to the top. We can even put lights here, and it will look nice. And then here, let's go back right here, click extrusion, pick a plane, and we could add in a different material, and this one will be one of the tile again. We could duplicate, we could use textile slate blue, and this one is for this backsplash. And we could just align it from the bottom so that everything is properly there, and we could just put 10 here so we don't need to manually do it. So now we have our backsplash as well, and as you can see, it looks nicer now having that one, and we could just click on finish on that. Then what I'm gonna do as well is where we should add this one, select visible or in the entire project. We can go to south, select entire project, and then just manually raise it up. I think around 750 would be good enough. And as you can see, it's good enough there, and then everything is up to the proper height with the nightstand. So like I said, we're just fixing everything that is wrong with our model. We could pull this one down a bit, make this good enough. I want to add one more of this to the backyard. So I'm thinking of adding, so level 1, adding this one, copy, add this one onto this side, RO, rotate this one, and then just manually add it to this part. I'm using ceiling plan, and then just using my arrow key to just manually add it and attach it to the wall. And if we could see, we could just adjust this up to the top, and at least we have something that looks like that, and we have something there at the back. We can put our stuff right here. I want to change this one. I want to put in maybe a deck. So I'm going to edit boundary and delete this, and then maybe I could just trim and extend right here, and then click finish, and then go to architecture again, click on floor, and then edit, duplicate floor number 6, and then choose wood. So I'm gonna put in another wood material, and then just add it at the top. So definitely I'm gonna put plank there, deck plank, so that it looks nice. So click on finish. So we have a different finish that we're going to add here as well. We're gonna have deck. We're going to change this, edit. I'm going to push this back a bit because I want to have a bigger space for the cars right here. So just to add those, and then we could basically add in the gate as well. Also before that, what I want to do is to rotate this. I'm going to push this one all the way right here, so probably this one will be 2900 up to here, and then rotate this. The reason that I'm going to rotate everything is I want to add a better view for the TV right here. I don't want the stand, so I'm gonna undo that, and then as you can see, we have that one properly there. Now we could change the height, and we're going to add in the entertainment system at the back right here. I think it's much better. So here we could move this one a little bit more because we have the space, and then here we could just move this one as well. So we have more than enough space for this area to increase the spacing and to make this one nicer. I think the coffee table is good enough. We could center this much better, and then if we move this and flip it around, we'll be able to use this as the new section. We could increase the height here, and then we could add in like a bookshelf right here and just make it nice. We could pull this one back so that it's not overpowering, because some of the walls is going all the way to the top, and this one is just giving us a much better look, not to overpower or not to show on the floor right here. What I usually put for the second floor, we could maybe put in the mahogany. So I'm gonna put the mahogany material right here. Let me just check mahogany. So we don't have the mahogany. So I'll probably just change the materials later on. But that will give us all mahogany for the top, bottom, or for the materials for the second floor. So now let's go to level 1. We already added the section right here, and then we could click on model in place and then generic model, and we're just going to simply add an extrusion right here. Pick a plane right here, and then change this to one of the wood. So just choose one and then click apply. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create something like this, because I could play around with the wall, all of the walls right here. I'm going to add, I'm gonna make this one as my back, so a wood like that, and then another. So good thing I already have 10 there, so it's just extruded 10, so it's very thin. Create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this one. Now we're going to create the casing for the bookshelf, and then I'm going to offset this to probably 25, and then just extrude this probably 100, and then we need to add in, so I'm gonna click on finish on this. Let's look at it right there. It's not good enough in terms of extrusion. I just want to visualize this much better. So 450 probably. 450 extrusion, we have space here to go around. So that's good. Go back to section 1. Here we're going to create another extrusion. Select this one and another, the shelvings now. Let's do 400. And then here we can put 25. And then now we could use array and then go to the last, and how many do we need? Probably 4. I think that's good enough. Click finish. We could edit this and move this right there, and we have enough spacing. So if you want to change this, you could put maybe 5, and then just be aware of the bottom and then on the top, so you could just move it around. So that's good. We could do another create extrusion, and then here we're going to move this for sure. I'm going to just pick a plane right here, the same materials at the top. This one, let's put in 400, that's fine. And then different materials, different wood, or you can put in stone. So let's put in a stone, maybe rubble. So the materials are random. So I'm gonna put it there, and then I'm going to put 200, finish right there, and then another material, a different wood probably. So extrusion, pick a plane. This one is, I could put in actually from not on this, but I'm just going to finish it. Let's go to level 1, and definitely we have this one right here. It's not showing because of the view range. So let's change up the view range. I'm going to change this to 100. No, not this one. View range hot. I'm going to move this a little bit so that I don't need to see that, so that everything is showing properly. So we're figuring out the view range. Offset, let's make it 0. Still not showing. So I'm gonna undo that. And let's see furniture. So let's go back here, VG on that. Let's see if furniture is checked. That's why it's not showing. It's checked. So it's definitely view range. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to do unlimited. Now it's there, but too much. So I'm gonna undo that. So what I'm gonna do next is just move it below. Because sometimes it's just easier to just move it below and to worry about everything else. So I'm going to make this one probably just 100. 100 extrusion for that. If finish AL, align it on this wall, and then I'll just go to section, move it all the way up. Not too much, but just enough. And then I'm going to go back right here, edit in place, create extrusion, change this to wood, apply, OK, and then just create something like this. Just align it there, and then something like this right here. And then just copy it, copy right here, and then multiple checked. And then once you're done, just center it a bit, nudging it in place, SL, split element, and then just delete the ones in the middle. We could definitely do an array, but why not just do some work like that. Okay, and then click finish, go to section 1, and then just extrude it all the way to the top. You can use a line to just form it like that. And just like that, we have something customized that is very nice right there. You can even add in something. So I'm gonna add something here. Edit. We use rubble right here. So I'm gonna copy paste, create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna use the rubble and just paste it right there. And we could just have a rectangular, something like that right here. Click finish, and if you check, very simple but looks very nice. And then here, the height, I don't want the height, so just make it 500. That looks good. Just having it there makes a big difference on our house. And if you have the exterior shot, having fixed all of this will look really good on here. So let's stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the entertainment system right here. As you can see, we have those added there. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my south elevation, and what I want to do is, aside from the pool, we need to add a ground. So let's go to architecture and then go to level, and I'm gonna do around 200, and I'm gonna call it ground. And then yes on all of that, and then I'm gonna change this to 200, negative 200 for the ground right there. I'm extending it a little bit so that everything is visual, but what we can do also is just add this elbow right here, and then we could expand all of those just like that. And then here we could pull it all back like that so that everything is in the same level. And as you can see, everything is good like that. So now on the ground, what I'm gonna do next is go to our 3D. We can always do this at 3D. Here, I'm going to select all of this. and then we're going to put this one to ground level. Select all of this, so click on tab, select the border wall, and just put it up to ground as well. And because of that, now we have this elevated deck like that. Um, Here I'm just going to offset this to -100. So at least we have that separation right there. As you can see, we could see the floor that we added here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit the boundary and go to our level 1. I want to make sure that everything is from the inside. So just move it like that. So now just put it all to the inside, and we're gonna make this nicer by adding some steps before our wall. So click on finish and then 3D like that, and then select the exterior wall and then click on tab. It will highlight all the exterior wall for sure, and then we're going to change this to ground level, and then everything will be extended, and then here we just need to modify it a little bit and just extend it all the way down like so. So that's good right there. And then if you want, you can extend this one all the way to the bottom as well. And because we have the extrusion right there, we need to go to model in place and then just drag it down a little bit so that everything is cut off. I'm gonna use this and then drag it all the way down and then click on finish. So now everything is cut properly and it's voided as well. So at least we still have that look like that. So now I'm going to edit a little bit of the wall. So select all the walls right here for the pool, and I'm just going to put it base constraint, and then here top offset to be 50, and then just put it in the ground. And then this is an extrusion, so we could just pull it down like so. So that's why I love model in place, because you can edit it instantly like that. And then now, because we have that, we just need to add here, we need to add 100. So this is a floor that we created. I'm just going to use this. This is just going to be a simple, just one step stairs. So I'm just going to add another one. So click on floor and then go to level 1, and then here we just need to add a floor like that. Very simple. Here we just need to just leave it like that. Even though it's overlapping, that's fine. That's something that is not going to bother us. You can even extend it if you want. So at least we have a proper step. And then here we could change how many. We could put just 2, and I think that's good enough right there. And then here we need to add, probably I'm just thinking of maybe just 2 steps, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make it in model in place so that I could edit it. So go to generic model and then go to ground. So let's go to ground, component model in place, generic model, press OK, and then here we could do an extrusion and change this to something like one of the concrete, because we have a lot of concrete, different kinds, the one that we're not using yet, so we could just set that up with that, and then we could definitely just add it afterwards. So here I'm going to have this step right here, and then I'm going to have one big one and then one big one and a small one as well. So I think that's good enough. Now I'm just going to increase it and see how it looks. Click on finish. Let's make it 100 and then another one, a smaller one, model in place, same thing, and then just do it like this. Then that's 100 as well. Click on finish. Let's see it, how it looks. So this one is, we just need to pull it up a little bit. Okay, we have that right there, AL, align it there, and then align it, and then align it on this face right here, so everything is level. So just a simple one, and then we could edit this a little bit so that we could have some room there. So I'm going to edit the boundary right here, go to ground again, extend this one a bit. I don't want anybody crossing the grass part, so I'm just going to edit that one and then edit this as well. So now this is going on this side, so at least everything is in line and nothing is overlapping. So a very simple stairs that we just created, and at least everything is looking good. What we can also do is add in some lights here, so model in place on that. What I'm gonna give it is some lights around here. So what I'm gonna do is select void sweep. I'm gonna create a void sweep out of this. I'm going to choose the path or pick path like that, and then here edit profile, and then here I'm just going to create my void right there. So it's just 15 by, yeah, something 15 by 25, and then I'm just adding it somewhere right here in the middle. Click on finish, finish, and then cut geometry, and then those simple ones, as you can see, it looks nicer now. So I'm gonna put in lights there, LED lights, and then it will look nicely on the image. And then we're gonna do it here as well. Create void sweep, actually, not extrusion. And then here, pick path. Let's pick all of this right there, and then create, sorry, edit profile, use this, and I'm just gonna gauge 15 by 25. Then the location, I think that's good enough. similar to what we have. Finish, click cut geometry, and then maybe we could set up here or paint this already. I'm gonna choose luminaires. That's why this one, luminance. And then I'm just going to choose the one that is right there. So luckily it's very simple to select. Click on tab in order to select it. And that will give a nice view on our image. So as you can see, everything is looking good. There we go. I choose that one because I know when I set this up, I choose that kind of material as well. So if we select that, everything will be glowing already. So that's good for us. I'm thinking of adding some scones here. So lighting scones. So let's go to lighting. And then here we have architecture, external. We have some wall packs here, but these are like big ones that we shouldn't use. Internal, let me see if we have scone. We have a spear, uptight, flat, round. Let me scone light. So let me try this and see if this is good. CM. This is too big, but why not? Something different that we could add. It's gonna be lit up, so it's gonna be nice. I'm gonna center this a little bit because I don't want the other side to look like that. So here, centering it a little bit. I'm just eyeballing it, and then as you can see, it looks nice now. So everything is in. I'm going to probably add in some luminance here as well to change it a bit. And then here, I'm probably going to change the frame material. So the glass is fine. Panel material, I'm gonna choose something black, maybe a metallic black. So I'm gonna choose this first, so bronze, and then here after that copy paste all of this. Door handle aluminum, that's fine, or change it a bit because aluminum is vermilion as well. I just want to maintain that that silver or gray look on that. So I'm just going to change that. So as you can see, it will not be I just want it to be black, even to trim. So I'm happy with that. And all of this, and then just checking out everything. I think this is good enough. We have this one inclined a bit, and that's fine. I'm probably going to move this to this side. So pick new host, or just rotate it, and then add it right there. Just want to make sure that everything is attached like that, because once we go to something like realistic, you can see that this one is see-through like that. But I'll probably, once we're in Twinmotion, I'm gonna change this to something that is not visible, like the pool is not visible, so that it's not gonna be, because I don't want to add too much depth. So that's fine with me. And then Let's go to the ground now. And I just want to fix this. So as you can see, so I'm just going to align it, AL, and double check everything. Go back to 3D. Check the height here. I think that's good enough. Just a little bit on the right side for this skull lighting right here. I'm thinking of doing something on this wall, but I think that's good enough for now. All the lights are right there, and not sure if I'm gonna put in like a cover here on this window, because I might add just the cone as well right here, so CS on that, and add it onto this wall, and then add one on here as well, so at least we have some lights onto this side, and then we have lights right here on this. I'm thinking of adding just a light right here, so edit boundary, and then what we're gonna do is, actually this is a floor, so it's not something that we could change something like that, so I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. So let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to change the levels, and then we added some stairs right here and also some awning, and we added some lights here as well. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is finish up with the gate, and then the side we're going to add in some trees around here, so we need a grass part right here, a grass floor, and then the streets as well. So we're gonna continue working on that. So we're gonna set up the gate first. So let's go to the south elevation, and then from here we're going to set up the gate. But actually, let's go back first to ground, because I'm going to add a basic wall right here. I'm going to align it AL from this, and then I'm also going to add something on this side as well, AL, and then here I'm just going to pull it back a little bit, something right there, and maybe up to here as well. So we're going to create the gate right here first, but I want something different in the front, so I'll probably going to add a different wall
or I'm just going to add some layering around it. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do this. Let's go to south elevation first. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a gate. So a gate for the car, and then just a regular gate for people. So let's go to architecture, click component, and then model in place. Scroll down to generic model, and then press OK, and then press OK. And then here, we're going to create an extrusion. We're going to pick a plane, and then we're going to select this wall right here, the one in the front. And then we're going to change this to a metal material, something that we haven't used yet. So metal, and then I'm just gonna choose a random metal right here. Press OK. And then we're going to just add the gate like so. So I'm going to add a gate like this right here. Maybe like that. And then I'm going to half it. So I'm actually going to just add a line in the middle, and then I'm just going to trim this. At least I know now that that's the midpoint, and then I'm just gonna nudge it so that to give some gap, a slight gap basically, not too much. And then here I'm going to select rectangle, and then I'm going to use the offset. I'm going to choose 50, and then we're going to offset this, and then press spacebar. And then here, as you can see, we have our metal, and then we could click on finish, and then go to ground, and then we could just slide it in, and then maybe half of the wall right here. After that, let's go to the south elevation again, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to east elevation, and that's something that is not visible right here even in the west because of the wall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on finish first, and let's go to ground, and I can see that we have a section right here, and I'm gonna use that section. So as you can see, we have that section. I can edit in place again, and because of that, I could create another extrusion and pick that face right there. Because I picked that face, I'll be able to create something like this. And then I'm gonna choose the same metal, and I'm probably just going to do it like this. The thickness, let's do probably 35. And then the gap, I think that's good enough. So click on finish first, go to 3D, and then extrude it the way you like it. So I'm gonna push the extrusion going like that. And then after that, we could go to south elevation so that we could see it properly. And we could use array now. Click on last, and then just estimate how many you can add. So I'm going to probably select around 15 and then select it and then pull it all the way down. So as you can see, it created those spacing right there. If I move the spacing, it will move and it will basically create everything for me and equal spacing in between all of this. If you increase it, it will increase as well. So it will um, configure by itself. So I'm just gonna leave it at 16. I think that's good enough. So I'm gonna click on finish and then look at it. So that looks good. And I'm probably going to just add a wood material probably in the middle. So I'm gonna use south again, select that, edit in place, and we're going to create an extrusion from this plane. So I'm gonna choose this plane right there. And because of that, let's select the aluminum or the material. So it will be a wood material and then choose something random that you haven't used yet and just add it in the middle. And because of that, I could just copy, knowing that every spacing is the same. So make sure multiple is checked, uncheck the constraint. I think around, how many is that now? 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think 4 is good enough. Click on finish, and if you go to 3D, you'll be able to extrude it the way you want it as well. It's up to you if you want it to be aligned. So I'm just going to align it from the back. So everything is same. There we go. And then here as well. So now I'm just going to click finish. And actually, I'm going to copy it now. So edit in place and then go to the ground and just copy everything. CO and then get it from there. And as you can see, everything is copied and we basically created the same thing. But hold on, something is not correct on this part. So I'm just going to edit and then let me see what's going on right here. Maybe I could just copy it here, remove the constraint, there we go. So I used south elevation just to copy everything. Don't know what happened when I did it from the ground. So probably I didn't highlight everything. So something like that could happen. What I'm gonna do next is I'm just going to add another wall right here. Same wall, AL, and then just going to nudge it right here. Just give it a little bit of gap. And then this is for the gate for the people, for person who can go inside and outside of the, so something like that looks nice. So I'm thinking of, can I just duplicate this and then create something the same way? So I'm just gonna copy it. I'm gonna try it, so why not? There we go. I know it's too big for this, so let me edit this. Edit extrusion for this part. I'm going to grab it, manually put it right there, give it some gap, some notch, click finish. Want to make sure that nothing else change. So here I'm going to edit, group, and then push it all the way right here, click on finish, and then here is the problem. So what I need to do is ungroup it, edit or ungroup it first. Now I need to manually just do this. It's better for me to just manually do it than to recreate this, especially if I don't put it in a proper location. It won't look the same. So I'm just manually doing this, selecting all of those. It's not that hard to just move everything, just couple of bars, and then unchecking them. Just a little bit more, but it looks much better having that wood part right there, just to give it some character. And then what I'm gonna do as well is to add some decorative lights. So that looks good. I can click on finish and nothing else changed right here. So if we see it in 3D, I'm just going to see how this looks. So as you can see, it looks nicer. Just a simple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those looks nice now. And to give it a little bit of privacy, and it looks modern. Then we can even add something at the top there. So now what I'm gonna do next is to add something right here in the front only. So let's go south elevation and then click on model in place, generic model, and then I'm going to use an extrusion, pick a plane, and then I'm just going to use this plane right here. And here we could just choose, we can even just use a gypsum board, wall board, duplicate that, or even this one, duplicate something, because we're just for here, for this part, I'm just choosing something random, because once we're in Twinmotion, we're going to be able to add a proper material on those. And then here, I'm just going to add something like that. I think around 10. Click on finish. Let's see it. So you can see it's just very simple. You can even increase the thickness to maybe 30. And then add some lights around this. So I'm gonna add a sweep. So create, and then let's change this to consistent colors so that it looks nice. So sweep, pick path, and I'm just going to use this path right here. Select that, edit profile, and then I'm just going to add something like that right there. And don't forget to use luminance, glass white high luminance. Usually when I'm using an LED light, I'm gonna use that one, or light bulb or whatever. That's the one, that material is the one that I use, so that when I select everything, or add the material, it will select that as well. So here, that's good now. We're going to go to south elevation, copy, then select that, add it multiple times, and then now it's there. Just select everything and then just move it, and then I'm just eyeballing it. I think that's good enough. Click on finish, and then I think it's better to just add something right here at the top. So I'm just going to create a model in place. Again, generic model, and add this extrusion right here. Somewhere I'm going to create 50, and then go from the inner part of that, and then another one right here, and then another one right here. This one is, I'm gonna just choose this, duplicate this, click on finish, go to 3D, drag it, and then just add a topper there. So I'm gonna create another one, extrusion, select the material. I'm just gonna duplicate this. It's just a placement for me. And then I'm just going to add something like that all the way there. Click finish, just pull it up, all the way there at the top, and then just align it at the base there. So AL, and then pull it the way you want it. You can even extend it, even align it right here. But to be honest, I'm just going to move it like that, and then that's perfect enough. Click on finish, and by just adding that, it gives me more character for this, and as you can see, it looks nice. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the gate. Now we're going to continue working on this. One thing that I just noticed is I messed up with this one. So we need to just pull it up. So let's go to our south elevation. And then it's just simple because we have it sweep, so it will follow along, so we don't need to redo the sweep that we created right here. So you can even use align to just align it properly. And there we go. Also here we need to fix this part right here. There we go. So now every time I do this, I want to double check. So this one's good now. So I think you need to do it in edit mode. And then once everything is done, just click on finish. And as you can see, looks better. And then now let's go to our ground. We're also going to add some scones right here, very simple ones that I'm gonna do. So we could actually just do it on our south elevation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, click on component model in place, scroll down to generic model, and then just press OK on that. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and we want to add it right here. And then we're just going to create something like this. And then we're going to choose a metal material. So I'm just going to use, I'm not going to use that because I might use it or already use it before. I'm just gonna add this. So that's good. Just a small one. And then we're going to add the light. So what we're gonna do, actually go back to south, create more extrusion, pick a plane, and then choose this plane, and then we're going to add this right here, make it 20 depth, make sure it's in the midpoint, and then just add the luminance. So create extrusion, pick a plane, and then this one again, and then look for the luminance. So here the glass, and then I'm just going to add something like this, AL, or maybe I could just do it like that. I think that's good enough. a simple one. And then maybe here I'm just going to do 15. There we go. And then before we click on finish, I'm just going to center this right here at the top and then copy it. I'm going to add one right here and then right here and then in between right here. I think that's good enough. Click on finish, and by adding that it looks much better. And then let's go to architecture, go to south, and we're going to add in a model text, which is our number right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on that, pick a plane, it will ask you right there, and then just press OK. I know it's too big, but we're going to change that. So edit, duplicate this. This will be our house number. And then you could change the height, maybe 150. You can choose Arial or different kind of font, but we only have this one for now, but I like to just put it in Arial. And as you can see, we have a model text right here. We can change that to number now. So I'm gonna put is 07. That's my girlfriend's birthday. And then we could change this. So the depth, it's up to you. I'm gonna put 50. And then here, another metal material that you haven't used. So apply, okay. So here 50 is too much, so maybe 25 is good enough. And having it like that is good. We can put actually more numbers. My girlfriend's birthday is November 7, so I'm gonna put 1107. There we go. That looks good. I like the way it looks, so I'm happy. Now let's go to our ground level, and we're going to add some grass around. So I think level or floor 3 is the grass. So I'm gonna choose floor number 3, and then I'm going to add it around here. So I'm gonna add it right there and also on this side, because when I'm going to create my scene, I want it to have a lot of trees at the background, as you all know. And then here I'm gonna delete this TR, and I usually give it more space because having a nice background will make it more realistic. So because it's fall in North America, in Canada, in Toronto, so I'm probably going to do a fall background, so the trees are brown and all those. So I'm gonna click on finish and then don't attach. So we have all of this already there, ready. And then after that, let's add in another floor, edit, duplicate, press OK, and then this one, let's edit, and then we will have maybe the street, or actually we need to add, yeah, street first. So concrete, anything random there, press OK, and then OK. I like it to make it big. You can always edit, it's easier to edit, so I like it big. So I'm going to align it as well, align it right here as well, like that, and then click finish. And then I'm going to add in a sidewalk right here, and then another one. So sidewalk, and then sidewalk right here, and then grass again here. So I need floor number 3, CS on that, so that it's easier for you. As you can see, I like it to make it bigger so that my scene is much better. And then now, so we're going to select this, CS, edit type, duplicate, floor 8, and another concrete. Like it to change a bit. So that's why I make sure that all my materials are changed so that it's easier for everyone to select a different one. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit this again. I'm going to make the thickness to be 100 only. Apply, OK, and then here we're going to add this, and then I think it needs to be 100 offset so that it's not over there. This is supposed to be 2500 is good enough. Let me see it in 3D. That's perfect. And then we're gonna curve it. So just give it some, give me a second, CS on that. Here we need to add up to here. This one should be 2500. We could use fillet arc, and it's up to you, 1700, that's fine. I'm going to pull it back a little bit because we're going to add in something there later on, to the point that it is going to be good enough for that part. And then now select everything. We can mirror this so that we don't need to worry about creating it again. And just about where the gate is. So I'm just leaving it like that. And you can pull this one in if you want. A L, you can even align it so it's easier for you. Click on finish, and as you can see, this is the look, but we can make it better. So why not? I'm just going to select this, edit, I just need to know which material, so we're just gonna copy it, and then once you copy it, model in place, and then generic model, press OK, and then another sweep. Pick path, and then pick the edges right here. There we go, right there. And I think that's good enough. Now we just need to click finish, edit profile, and then add the finishing touches. And then here, let's make this one maybe 100. And then we could fillet it at the top right here. Make it 50. And just doing that simple enough. Actually, we're just going to make it a little bit interesting. 105. As you can see, it looks nice now. We have that finished look right there. And then, of course, we're going to do the same thing right here on this side. Pick path. Same thing, just select all of those. Click finish, edit, and yeah, let's not forget this one. And we need to change that on the other side, or else it's going to be glowing there. And then here, let's do 50 like I said. And then click finish, and then finish. And then here, select this, change it, click apply, and there we go. And then obviously we just need to do it on this side. It's going to be very easy. Just one click right there, go right here, edit, use rectangle, we'll make it 105, this one should be 100, and then fillet arc 50. Okay, so that's looking good. And then before we finish, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a, so let's go to ground, and then here we're gonna create a camera view, and here we're going to fix it. Undo that part. And then you can change it right here, graphic display. What I like to do is to cast in shadows, and usually I use the background gradient. I like the way it looks. You can even change this to realistic if you want, but like I said, this is the materials that we are not going to use yet, because we're going to change it for sure once we're in Twinmotion. So we could just put it as hidden line setting right there. And the reason that I created this is so that we could go to manage, and then we could make this our starting view. So here the name of this is 3D view number 2. So click on start view, and then what we could do is we're going to select this. So every time we open this, this will be the look that we're going to see first. So I'm going to press that, And that's how simple it is to create a starting view. So click save, and we're going to continue in the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our design. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to create sheets. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our project browser on the left hand side. And then here we have sheets. Right click on your sheet, and then you can select new sheet. And at the moment we have A0 metric that is already loaded. If we click load, we'll be able to see that we have other title blocks. And as you can see, we have different ones like A0 up to A4 metric. So now, because we already have A0 already loaded right here, I'm just gonna select that and click OK. And as you can see, we have our title page and title block. And then now here, what you can put is, you can put the owner, ACD, project name, house, and then you can even change the author right here. Drawn by is ACD, checked by ACD, and then designed by ACD, approved by ACD. So all of those information will be added right here. We do have a project number right here, so you can even select, this is project number 2023, and then 23 dash, we can put 1111. So something like that you can refer to as your project number. And then the way that issue date is when you have right here under view, you can do revisions as well. Issue date is where you set the date to be issued. So here 2023-11-03, and then you can change this to, we could start off at 000, and that will be our project title or product title sheet. So at least everybody knows that this is the start. And what I usually do is, we already have two 3D views that we created before, and this is the one that we want, and we will be able to add it to our project title sheet. But instead of 3D, what I usually do is I do go to view and render it. The reason that I render it is so that I could make the first, of course, aesthetic. You want to be rendered so that you can see how it looks, and second, so that you can maximize the size of it on our Revit sheet. So now what we could do is go to view and then click on render. We're just gonna render a draft of it, and as you can see here, we have different kinds of setting under quality. And of course, if you do the best or custom, those will take a while. So here I'm just gonna choose draft so that I can show you guys how I do it. You can change the scheme here. So exterior sun only. You can put artificial, or you can put both. So here I'm just gonna leave sun only, and then you can change the exposure. Usually what I do is I render it first. So once you render that, um, once you have the rendered finish, I usually adjust the exposure from there. So I render first and then adjust as exposure afterwards. So here we're just gonna wait for it because it's very fast, and as you can see it's done already. So usually once I finish the rendering, uh, I do set sometimes the proper um, materials from Revit, but because I like everything to be on a different material, that's why I set um, like random ones. So now here I'm just gonna adjust the exposure, and as you can see you can make it brighter or darker depending on what you want. You can click apply and then it will definitely be instant, and then you can change all the shadowings and all those stuff. So it's up to you to decide. And what if you don't like what it looks like now? You can always reset it afterwards. So here I'm just gonna leave that, press OK, and then I'm gonna save it to our project. Once we save this to our project, we will have something right here that is renderings. So it will create a rendering. You can change the name next, and then under renderings we have this one, and that's usually what I drop right here, and then I put no title on it, and you can double click it to make it bigger. Because if you just add like the 3D view similar to this, so I'm just gonna create an example right here. The problem with this is that you cannot double click it and make it bigger. You can increase the width, but it only increased the width of this one, of your view range, but not the actual image. So that's one of the reason why I use rendering when I'm doing this. So I added the rendering right here, and then most of the time you put different kinds of schedules right here. So now I'm going to add the drawing list. So usually I create a schedule, right click on it, and then new sheet list. Here what I want to show is I want to show the sheet number first, click it going to the right, and then sheet name afterwards, and then I press OK, and it will create my product or sheet list, drawing list. So now you go right here and then drag it to this corner right here. Of course it's not looking good yet, so you can basically edit the way it looks. So what you can do is double click right here, you can edit. So we're gonna add the way it looks, so usually the appearance. I don't want this blank row before the data, so I'm gonna uncheck that. And then here I'm gonna show the title, show the header. You can uncheck that, and what will happen is the header won't be showing anymore. So at least you have a lot of things that you can change here, but usually title text, which is the one at the top earlier, would be, I'm gonna increase the size on that. And then here, I'm going to use 7. And then for the body is this one. I'm gonna use 5. And here we could put drawing list. And then now we can see the way it looks. We can maximize the size on those so that everything is aligned. And then the drawing list will be automatic. So if ever we create another sheet, which we're gonna do, so I'm gonna create another sheet. If you notice, it will create another one. So click new sheet and then press OK. And then now if you go back right here, it will create that sheet. So now if you notice as well, we started at A000. Now Revit recognized the sequencing, and as you can see, it will be A001 now. So right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create multiple empty sheet of sheet list, and then we're going to change the names. As you can see, you can always change it right here as well, or change it right here. So those are the two options that you have. For me, I'm gonna first create all caps first floor, and then second floor, and then we have elevation, elevation. So now what we could create first is we already have the project title sheet or drawing list. Let's go to our first floor, and then what we can do is we could drag level 1. Once you drag level 1, as you can see, it's very small, and the view size is big as well. So what I usually do is I delete it first again, go to level 1, and we're going to change the scale. By changing the scale, you'll be able to make it look big. So here I'm gonna make it big like that, and as you can see, we have a bigger size right here that we're going to fix. So we're gonna fix that by going back to level 1 again, and then going to our properties, and then right here under properties, what I usually do is check crop view, crop region visible, and then annotation crop. Click apply, and then here we'll be able to select that and then minimize the size so that it fits our drawing. As you can see, that's good enough for me. We have everything like that, and then now once we drag it to our sheet, it looks much better right there. So now if you notice, we have level 1 here. We call it level 1, but we name this as first floor. So you can change the name here, but usually I don't want to change the floor plan names of level 1 right here. What you can do is you can either change it right here or change it right here, or just make this a different one on your title. So for me, I'm going to make this one first floor and then click apply. And as you notice, it did change right here, but it never changed here. So that's what I want. So before we drop in our level 2 or our second floor, what we're going to do is we're going to fix it first. So similar to what we did to our first floor, we could just go 1:50, go to our properties, check all of them, fix the size, and then after that, you can also uncheck this so that it's not visible on your part, all those, if you notice right here on our first floor, this is still visible, but once you print this, nothing will be there. It's like a def point. So it's just showing for your sake. It's not basically going to be shown. But if you want, you could go right here and then uncheck this crop region visible. So now this is the same thing that you're gonna see once you print your drawing. So usually if you want a border right there, you go to annotation and you go to detailed and then you choose thin line and then you do your spacing right here like that. What I like and what my company likes is something like this. We put our title line right here and we do it like this. So just in the corner, and then we have spacing, but this is, I know this is milliliters, so we put 10 and then 10. You can also use this one and then just put 10. So it's easier way to do it. So I'm just giving you some pointers so that you can do it in real life, or if you get a job, you'll be able to add all this easily. So now I'm just going to center it a bit and then put it somewhere like that. And it looks much nicer to have that border lines. So now if we go to second floor, you could drag and drop this one. We already fixed this. Another trick I do is I use tab to select all of this, control C, and then go to second floor and then control V. And then here I'm just going to add the border line so that I don't need to recreate that. And as you can see, it's still too big for this space, but something that it's easier for you to maneuver right there. So now you can just move this one right there, and then here we could just put it in that corner. And the way you edit this one, but before we do that, we need to change the name here. I don't want second level 2, I want second floor. Click right here on the side and then click apply. And then for you to edit this, you need to press escape first, select the view, and then you'll be able to grab this line. After that, let's go and add our elevation. So let's go to our elevation. I know we're going to change our scaling, but usually double check it first. Here it's too small. So now definitely we're going to edit. So before you do that, go to elevation ease again. Here, increase the scale to 1:50. So it's going to be bigger now. Go to your properties on your left side and then check crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop. And then here, just grab those and then grab those as well. And then after you're done, uncheck that, and then you'll be able to just drag and drop right here, and it fit nicely. So now we're gonna do the same thing on our north elevation, and then here we can do apply and then grab those and then just uncheck it afterwards, and then drag and drop north, and there you go. So now before we go to other elevation, let's just crop all of those and then change the scale so that we could just keep on dragging and dropping. And then uncheck this and then go to west as well. 1:50. Crop all of this and fix all of this, and then uncheck this one in the middle. And then now we're just ready to drag and drop our elevation. It's also up to you if you want to make it similar like this. So I'm going to copy, and then I'm just going to paste this first. Click finish. Here we can now select that. We can fix it going right here on this side, and then just fixing everything. And then now we could just copy CEO, grab it like that, put it there first, and then let's just increase it. It's much better to make it all same, especially this one as well, because those are noticeable, to make everything look professional. Then you can always move everything all together. So now that we've finished this one as well, what I'm gonna do, so here we can also move this one in the center so that it doesn't look like it's there, and then as you can see, it will align it to the ones below so that everything is aligned. What I'm gonna do again is click on tab, select that, and then click tab again, and then before I select, I hold on control and then select with my mouse. Click Control C and then go to my elevation, Control V. I'm basically copying the lines again and click finish. I move this one right here, and because this is a bit bigger, I'm just going to fix that. And then most of the time I put it more. Or in the middle. And then just adjust everything else. So now once we print that, it will look nice. Also, I want to teach is when you're adding general notes or keynotes, what you can do is you can use legend. I'm not gonna do schedule on that because the schedule you can only add it once. But here, if you do it in legends, you'll be able to add multiple. So here, you can always see we have keynote legends, keynote value, and keynote text. But here, I rather have, or I want it to have, or I want to manipulate it. So here, for example, I'm going to create, so I'm just going to delete this, a general note. Just legend number, or you can put it general note. Notes. Scale is 1:100. Press OK. And then here, click on text. Always use 2.5 if it's millimeters. And then I believe 30 or 32 if it's metric. Sorry, it's 2.5 for millimeters and metric. So here I'm just going to create general notes. And then what I usually do is I'm gonna add number 1, tab, and then put all your notes. This is a sample general notes. Please see me after school. So I'm just creating some text. My girlfriend's friend birthday is on November 7. So something like that. And I fix the way it looks, something like this. And then what I do afterwards is click on tab on those. So different companies have different standards. So I'm just showing you the standard that we create on my company, and we do it like this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to, for example, elevation. I'm going to drag and drop my general notes, and then remove no title, remove the title there. Usually I go and just align it at the top. So 10 and then 10, and then I move it right here, and then this is something that you cannot go really exact, but you can just wing it like that. So something like this. This is the way we do general notes. And then the good thing about this is when you create it in Legend, you'll be able to add it similar to the other elevation. So I'm gonna copy this and then going to elevation again, and then just add it. And another good thing about this is if you create or if you change something, so for example, if you add another one, you add another gen notes, it will also appear on the other sheet. And then you just need to click on tab and then expand that. And then if we check our elevation 3 and 4, as you can see, we have those one added instantly because everything is connected. So basically, if you can do that on your general notes for elevation 1, and then this will be elevation 2. You can put another one. You can also duplicate with detail. This will be for general notes for the first floor, so that's a different one. And then another one, duplicate view with detail. This is for second floor. So it's up to you to decide. At least you know how to create it now, and then you could just add it like that. And then on the second one, add this one as well. So if you know that you have multiple sheets that have the same general notes and keynotes, I suggest that you create it under legends, so that everything will be instant. You don't need to keep on creating general notes here and then keep on adding it on the other sheets. So just a simple way of doing this. It will be efficient for you. So now I'm gonna show you how to print this. Let's see if because on a newer one we have an export PDF here, but as you can see, because this is an older Revit, we don't have it yet. So we're just gonna do the old school way. So before we do anything else, click on save and then click on the print. So Control P as well. Here we have combine. Make sure it's under combine. Click right here and then click it back there, or else you will print everything separate. So might as well make sure everything is combined, because once you select this view, it will automatically go to create separate file. Here we have default. You'll choose your sizing here, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. Make sure it's vectored and then it's offset. So actually just make it centered right here and then zoom 100%. So everything will be proper. And then make sure it's vector and then landscape. And then here you select, uncheck views, and then you can check all. This is all our sheets right here. You can save this. So save as, you can put full set, because right now our sample it's just multiple sheets, but in real life sometimes you get like 40 or more sheets. So a big project, you can have it like that. And then it's when you're creating revisions, it's easier to create a revision and save as on those ones so that it's already preset. You can just keep on printing, and then you can always add and you can always update the full set. For example, if I don't want this one to be in my full set, I can click uncheck that and then click save. But obviously full set is full set, everything should be checked. I'm gonna save that, and then I'm just gonna print OK and then OK, and then we just need to select desktop and then save file name, say print output house, and then click save, and then let's wait for it to finish. And then once it's finished, I'm gonna open it and I'm gonna show you how it looks. Right now I think we messed up with the print, so here I'm just going to set it to A0. So let's go to tabloid, paper centered, and then let's try it again. So now just print it again, just put it back to fit the page, and then just print it. And as you can see, we have our printout, and with the border it looks nicer. Here's our elevation with general notes, and then right here as well. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish modeling our project. Now we're ready to go to Twinmotion. But before we send it to Twinmotion, I'm just going to edit the materials for this one. So here I'm going to select that, edit in place, select this material again, and now we know that this is textile bamboo weave. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on paint and select that material. So I'm going to search it right here, textile, and then I'm just going to select this and then select this one, so that everything will be textile materials now, and then click on finish. Also, what I want to let you guys know is I just added the same in place model right here, which is the square base pot light. So I added it on the awning for the first and then the second floor. So just add 3 of them. I space it out around 1,000. And then after that, you want to make sure that this is under fine. Save it again. And then go to Twinmotion 2020 and then select C in Twinmotion. Let it synchronize, and it will ask us to choose if it's an existing product or it's a new product or project. So of course we're gonna select new project. So here, select new project, press OK, and then it will synchronize again, but it will load our project similar to this. So now everything is loaded. What we need to do first is save our project. So I'm here, and then I'm going to click on Save As, and I'm going to save it on the folder that I want. So we have this one right here, and I'm just going to put it on the Twinmotion file that I have here. So I'm just going to type in house and then save. So once we have the save file already, click on file again and then sign in into Epic Games. So here I already signed in multiple times and it recognized all my sign in things. So as you can see, it's very easy to just click on sign and then it will automatically have all my information. If not, you just need to sign into Epic Games and then everything will be already saved. All your info will be saved. I'm gonna open scene graph so that we know everything that is going on. And then here we have our materials. So first, I'm going to go to materials and then click on glass. I'm gonna select two-sided glass and let's change the opacity and then the color. That's the most of the time that I use for this color right here. And it's up to you to increase the opacity of or not, but at least you'll be able to change that once you see the materials that we're going to add on this model. Next, I want metal materials. This is already aluminum because this is the default material for mullion. So I'm going to do is I'm going to just change the color, and everything right here should be aluminum as well. So especially this gate, I'm just going to set that to aluminum. I'm also going to set this as aluminum, and I'm just going to leave that in that material, or I'm going to give it some brush there so that it will pop out on that. And then here it's probably the neon color, so I believe it's under neons, and then I'm going to select that so that everything is lit up, as you can see. And then here as well, might as well add that and lit it up, as you can see here as well. Here I want my plank wood material, so I'm gonna use this. Increase the scale. I want it this way because it looks really nice in with the plank. For the gate right here, obviously one of the veneer material. So I'm going to select one of the veneer right here. I'm gonna make sure that it's not showing too much of those ones. So give me a second. I'm gonna choose, I believe this one is much better. And then let's change the rotation. I'm gonna change it to 90. And then go back here. Scale it's somewhat good enough, like there. And then might as well make this one in that color as well, or in that wood coloring as well, so that everything is connected. But in terms of this one, I want it to be the stone material and this stack material 05. One of my favorite materials to use. And that looks good. Here, I want to use maybe stucco gray, which is under Quixel Megascan. And that's one of the reasons that we sign into our Epic Games account, because we'll be able to use our Quixel Megascan easily. We don't need to sign in again, and everything will be connected already. So here I want to see, I'm gonna go to plastered, painted, and then here we have our stock of facade. I'm gonna just download the white, the gray, and maybe the black, and then this one will be good. Probably put in the black here, and then we have the gray, maybe this, or the white wall would be gray. Let's finish that first. Let it finish first. And why not go to, let's add in a water right here. And then we have a couple of pool. And maybe the depth, let's increase it. And then the color, so that it's not too visible below, because we still have our starting ground right here. I don't want to pull it down too much. It's not going to be visible anymore, and I want to add some trees around. So here I'm just going to turn on, so go here under settings and then turn on metalness, and then increase that reflection right there. And then I'm going to add this one. This one is aluminum as well, so why not select this aluminum, so that then this one will be good, and then the number as well. And then why not the door as well? That looks really good. And then let's check if it's already downloaded. So let's go to surface, plaster, and then painted. Everything is done already. I'm going to check out. So this gray one looks amazing. I like the finish. So I'm probably going to use this one. And then the gray, why not check this out as well? So at least we have that different color there. And then for this one, let's check a different material. Maybe here, I'm gonna look for a concrete material right here. I think the one for this one would be good. And then increase the scale. Yeah, this one looks good as well. And maybe if we do that there, might as well do it here as well. So that looks good there. Yeah, I'll stick with either this one or just a concrete. This one looks nice as well, just a regular concrete. And then here, we could use this. Let's see how it looks outside. So because, yeah, this one doesn't look good right here. So I'm gonna undo that for the
Actually, this one, it gives it some character if we have something that is cleaner like that under concrete, and even something like this will be good enough. Yeah, I rather have this one. And then look at that, it looks nice as well. So we have multiple concrete materials right here with stone and then wood. So that's good enough for me. We can even exchange this one to the same thing as this. Yeah, we could do this one as well because we have the concrete already here and as well here, and then stucco walls. So I rather have this one as well. And as you can see, I'm a fan of wood planks, so that will be good. And then instead we can put fine concrete right here, so that brings a lot of very manly materials. Something for a bachelor design house. And then as you can see, you have this massive pool right here. Let's increase that one, and then the depth to be more than that. I think that's good enough for that. Make sure to save it in case it crashes. And then we could take a look of some concrete materials for the ground here, which is man-made. Let's do concrete right here, and then concrete right here, or better yet, a wavy cobblestone for here. Something that we are definitely a fan of. And then here, another stone material right there, cobblestone. We can even have this, why not? Or this one. We could actually have this one for the and then this one right here. So something different there. And then for the pool, we have this one. And then for the deck here, another wood material. We could put cedar right there and increase it. So perfect. Even the rotation is good. I like it. We could also put in some furnitures right here. We have so many objects now for backyard that we could download right here. Even accessories like this, barbecue, and then some carport right here, sunshade that is perfect around here. We have this one that we could add. Why not download those stuff? And then we have some barbecue, and then some of those right there. We have barbecue right here. Staging this one right now is really good. And then we could just add that one. We could have this one added, and then we could just scaled. As you can see, it's too big, but don't worry. So sunshade, what you do is just select those, and then now we could increase it like this, and then here decrease it here a little bit, and then we could just add it on this part. Not sure if it's good enough for this one though, but we'll see. We could just lower it a little bit there, and that is perfect for this location. And then might as well add in some seating right here, back here seating. So we could add in some, maybe some here sofa, tables as well. We could add this one. I think this is huge, but it's perfect for this all elongated backyard. So let's just wait for that. It's almost done. As you can see, it's very fast to download, and once it's done, as you can see, it's fast to place it there as well. And then we could have it right there, placed there, and that's perfect. Something right there. Pool and spa. And let me just add this one. Something we could add here. Right about here is good enough. So place it right over here, and then we're just gonna rotate it facing the back door. That's good enough. We have a lot of spacing, and then it's up to you if you want to extend this one, but I think that's good enough for the space right here. And there's a lot of things to choose from. Next thing we're gonna do is let's add in some cars right here. So vehicles, cars, we could add in the car right here, rotate it 90 degrees like that, and then we could add in some big boy toys. So some of this one right here, and then this one as well. And it's up to you if you're gonna add in some mountain bikes that you can just put it on the side and then place it right there. And then let's go back to concrete materials, and we could add in bare concrete right there, and then probably here polish. And as you can see, it's already lit as well because of the material that we added there. This is fine, everything is good. Let's go to our settings, or yeah, let's go to settings, and then we could go to our HDR, and let's go to outdoor. So now I'm just gonna add in the tea garden right here. Let's go to we could place it right here. I could delete it first, undo it again, and then yeah, let's just add tea garden into our environment, backdrop HDRI, and then click on more, and then tea garden. Let's add it right here. And then once you add this one, we can change the height offset. We could increase it if we want to. And this is a perfect weather. I want to make this one like that. Intensity. I think that's good enough. Weather on. And then in the next video, what we're gonna do is we're going to add in some trees and all of those. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set it to Twinmotion, and we added all the materials already. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I need to double check first is we need to check on our settings again. Click on camera, and you want to make sure that parallelism is turned on. And as you can see, there's a big difference with that once this one is on. I don't know if how come it's not a default for the settings, but at least you know you always have to make this one turn on. And after that, as you can see, we added the background already. The HDR environment that we choose is an outdoor tea garden. So that's the one that we added on our background. Tier garden. So this is the one. And as you can see, we re-rotated this one a bit to 164, and then the projection offset, how big this one is, and then the height offset so that it's not showing the ground for this one. We're gonna create our own. We're going to add in our grass and all those stuff.
So now, but we need to double check how this one looks in with path tracer turned on. So here, just click here to see. You want to make sure that it is low. And as you can see, if we turned it on, the glass is too dark. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pull it up a little bit to see how it bounces the background. And as you can see, it's much better than all black. So that giving said, at least you know how to double check everything. If everything looks good, uh, change the opacity if you want to. It will help with the bounce of the materials as well in the glass part. And then once you're done, just turn off the path tracer. So now, after we're done, um, we could select the floor. So this is the grass part. Right click on that and then isolate it. So now it will isolate all the grass portion, even here. So what I'm gonna do as well, I'm probably going to increase the size. So let's select this one right here. Let's go the lighting, click on more, and then maybe we could increase the size so that this one will show as well. Even though it's too big now, we can offset this one right there. Just a little bit like that. And then now let's add in grass around here. So what I go to is you need to go to context and then vegetation paint. We will have all the trees right here, but let's add in the grass part first. And as you can see, we have some long grass right here. We can add this one, wild grass, and then maybe detailed grass right here. We could add this one as well. I think this one is individual once you're adding that one. And then maybe the dry wild as well. So select all of this and then increase the density. And then after that, click on paint and you will be able to increase the diameter afterwards. For now, just increase it much better so that it will add to everything that you came across. We could just do the cleanup. So you need to do some cleanup, especially on the edges, because it will really go around this. And then once we have everything, you will notice that it's not a clean one. So sometimes I need to delete some stuff that is over. And then here I just need to go around this one as well, just in case that we need to enlarge this part as well. At least everything is already grassed. And then here we have some grass that is pretty much all over the place, even though it's too much already right there. I'm going to select, so actually I need to delete that part. So I'm just gonna undo that. Let's select this. So press escape multiple times and then right click here. And then isolate off. And as you can see, we have so many stuff that is over. Of course, it's not gonna be, you need to clean that. So in order to clean that, select this, erase diameter, and then maybe just make it small a bit. And then you just need to pass it with that part.
Sometimes it's gonna be you're gonna delete some part there, but it's up to you to deal with that. Let me know if you have a better way of having this. And then here, let's go. And obviously your computer, it depends on how your computer is. If your computer have a good GPU, everything will be much better in terms of speed and how the computer reacts. And as you can see here, I'm in my second computer, so this one has an older GPU than my main computer, but at least I'm able to work on this. So something that I could just deal with this one. And I'm just cleaning up this part a bit. As you can see, everything is too much right here on this part. And sometimes it's not good enough there. So now, if you're happy with the result, after you clean up some of this, let's concentrate on a different task. Thinking of a different color right here, so I'm just gonna select that and choose the dark red, which will be a much better fit there. And then here, let's select this material right there and make it a dark a bit. And I think that's good enough. What I can do here now is to add some lights, because once we're finished that, we can put in the lights and then the trees afterwards. So let's go to material, and then we have some lights right here. Actually it's around the main menu and then light, and we're going to add in some spotlight first. So similar to that, let's add in spotlight. I'm going to add in the spotlight right here. I'm going to change my speed to number 3. So depending on what you want, you can change the speed, put it in the middle, and then change the intensity to around 5, or else it's gonna be too much when you're rendering it or turning on path tracer. Then, because we put it to 1000, let's put in 3 more, and there you go. And then after that, let's add it this way now. Hold on shift. This is another 1 meter, and then let's add it 1, 2, 3, and 4 times. So it's going to be faster for us to just add, because everything is similar. So I'm going to add this one as well, pull it up, make sure everything is squared, and add it similarly, 5, and then pull it down a bit for the color, and then grab it by that end and then put in 1 and then 2 here. And then obviously we have it here as well. We could just add that there. Same thing, 1000, but change this. And then hold this, 1000, and then 2 here. How many you're gonna add? So it's pretty much same thing on all these ones. The only thing that we're gonna tilt is the one in the gate. So let us finish this first, and then we're gonna worry about the gate one. So here 5, and then grab it here, hold on shift, 1 and 2. There we go. And then now we have something right here, spotlight. We can tilt it a bit to have that effect. And then here, let's put in 5. And then just hold on shift, add it in the midpoint right there. This one is kind of random in between all of this. So I'm just holding it and then holding on shift while I place it manually in between all of this. For me, the intensity that I've used is around 5 to 10. So it depends on you now, which one you're gonna choose. So for me, I'm good with that. Afterwards, let's add in some trees similar to that. Let's go to our context, vegetation paint, and here it's up to you to add or to choose different kinds. Usually I add small and then big size at the back, but it depends on you on how you want to set up all of this. So maybe I'm gonna put small ones first, and then bigger trees at the back later on. So it will randomly choose different trees once you're scattering it. Make sure intensify the density to 100, and then here it's up to you to add all of this. I'm gonna put in number 4 speed and then just add it like that. So sometimes it's not a lot when it's adding, so I'm just gonna add it. Hopefully the effect once we're setting up the image is good enough. So right there, I think that's good enough. And then maybe here as well. I like the trees that are turned different colors with like a spring season. I think those are the best trees that I like to add here, especially now. So let me go to our settings and then change in or put in season, and let's change this one. So those are the trees that I want to add, especially that bright yellow color. And then let's hope that we have something like this as well that we could put at the background. What you need to do is you could maybe, is this the one, English oak? Select that, and then you'll be able to add multiple ones at the back right there, and even right here. So that's manual mode. Here, this one is not. So once you're adding it, it's not changing. This one is not. And just adding those ones right there. Delete that one. There we go. Adding those. I want this one flame. Something different. I'm gonna pick a better one on this part because I want the trees to be good enough. Maybe this one is for this one. And then a small tree right here in front so that the design will come up really good. So we have that one. This one, we could delete this because this one is just too much for the space right here. I want something that is changing. Color change. Maybe this one. I think this one is just good enough for there. Horse chestnut. So I'm just choosing it randomly because I don't know anything about trees. So just adding that for reflection right here. And then to populate the area as well. And then why not this one as well? And different trees do shade differently. I want to choose one big one right here. And maybe this one, some Christmas tree. And then right here as well. Why not for the background? I know it's too much of trees at the background, but why not? So now that's done. Now we could take in some image. So why not? Let's finish with adding some image that we want. We could add in an image like this. Like that. We can zoom in. So take an image. Create one like that. And then go to more, camera, and then focal point. Change it a bit. Change the focal point, and then I think that's good enough for the first image. And then make sure to refresh it. And then we could just do a zoom in finish like this. So we have something like that. I want to move this one a bit. There we go. And then go to image again and then create image like that. And then let's go the one in the front. Create that image, and then we have this one as well. And then create image there as well. For this one, I'm going to put it like that so that it shows this overhang. That is one of the features of this house, a big overhang. And then maybe a different image like here. And change the focal again. So click on more, and then camera, and then focal. Pull it up a bit. There we go. That's the perfect shot. And maybe a different view. Create this one again. Change the format. For camera, we want visual effect. Change the color gradient. Or put it to none. And then I'm going to go to filter. Maybe one of this. Something like a sketch. This one looks good. And even the light lines, regular lines, sci-fi. This one looks nice as well. But I'm gonna choose this one, hidden line 2, which is really amazing. So I'm just going to add that one. We can even create copies. So duplicate that one and then change this one to a different one again, just to have some variation. Filter. Having this light line. I'm going to add in a blueprint probably, just to change it up. So save it by refreshing, and then save your project. And then once you do, you can create some videos. So we could click right here, click on video, and then here you can start creating. But I'm going to change the setting right here, camera, visual effects, maybe to blue tint, so that this one looks like this now. So the sky is more gloomy and everything looks nicer.
So that after that, let's go back to media, create a video. So I'm going to go from here. So I'm going to create and then zooming in. And then change this to probably 7 seconds. Turning it around. So create another keyframe. Add it there. And then leave it at 10. Right here. Select that. I want it to be looking like that. Refresh it. Pull it right here. So that's another 6 seconds. And then give it some shot like this. Probably around 2 seconds. And then another shot like this. Sorry, delete this part. But here. And then another 2 seconds. And then maybe here we need to go down, up, and then go down. Refresh that and then go down. That's 6 seconds. And then maybe going back now. That's probably 5 seconds. And then going right here. Again, going back. Another 5 seconds. And then maybe a season change here, and then after that right there, but change this to a different weather. There we go. I think that's good enough. So refresh that one. So now for that part, I think that's really nice. Delete this. And then I just want to see this part right here. I think the better way is going from here to there. A change of season right there. It's really nice. At least it's moving. And once you're done, just need to select all of this. Make sure select this and turn on path tracer on. Put it in on high. And then select everything right here. All this image. And then go to export. Select all. And even the video. And just click on export. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.